I pressed the wrong button. That was supposed to be the song that ends the playlist, so that it doesn't so the song doesn't repeat. But I fucked up and forced the song to repeat. Funny how that works, huh? Choconnichi, bitches. Flavors forgetful finding fanatic Choco Minato. Playing Shining Force 2 today. Eventually, because I have to admit, as much as I hate as much as I hate uh Game Award shows and like the fucking like all these fucking trailer shows and shit, I don't watch them. I basically wait until they're over and then I pick through the litter of like, oh, here are all the trailers that were shown. Okay, what are the games that I know? What are the games that I know and care about? Actually, what are the games I care about, and then what are new games? And that's what I basically go through. And so the past 2 days, well, my past 2 days have been speculating about what in the ever loving fuck is happening with Capcom and Sega. So normally I like to not waste time and immediately go into game, but this is gonna be one of those. I have to talk about this shit because this has been my mind has been going fucking crazy with this shit. Okay, so first things first. Where is my wait? Is it? This should be a different image, right? Okay, there we go. Okay. All right, where is it? Ba, 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 ba. Oh, that's right. It's not here. It's in the different folder. Okay, wait. I have to do this first. This, 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 this. Okay, which button was it to open the? There it is. Let's do it. So I copy this folder, and then I could bring it from. Yeah. Okay. You know what? You know what? I'll just play the video instead. Because the thing about what I'm going to talk about is that it's kind of separated from everything else I'm going to talk about, so I can just bang this one out really quick. Which one was it? This one? Oh, this one. Right. Okay, it's this one. Okay. Uh, okay. All right. First things first. You got to talk about Capcom.
Street Fighter 6 is already entering year 4, but I can sense that we already have new challengers on the horizon.
Okay. All right. So, for those of you unaware, Street Fighter, the late year 5, or year 4, yeah, year, right? Okay, year 4. All right. I keep forgetting about the like 8 to 10 months of the beta, so I keep thinking that Street Fighter 6 is like 5 years old. So for year 4, Capcom have decided that it is going to be the DLC season of brand new characters. Now, I think. Okay, I'll say first of all, having more new characters in Street Fighter 6 is a good thing. The last new character we got was fucking Aki, who is basically a Fang replacement from Street Fighter 5, who was also a new character then and people didn't like him. So Street Fighter 6 needed some new blood. And I'm fine with that. I've always said that new characters should be first and foremost. They should be like earlier on in the especially if you're gonna have like a game that you're gonna be updating over time, like a live service thing. That's basically all modern AAA games now. It's best to have new characters either be like front loaded to be base roster or and early DLCs, or have them kind of be like have like one new character every season. Because the idea is that people will pay for returning characters, right? People will pay out the nose for fucking Akuma, right? So here's Akuma, but also if you get the season pass, you can also, hey, you might like this new character over here. You want to bundle in a new character with a fan favorite character so that it incentivizes buying the whole bundle. Because like, yeah, I get the character I want, a character I really want, but also I have these extra characters, right? Like one per season, like one per year or something, or one per season, I should say, right? A content season, rather. Fuck, one per year. Since I'm talking specifically about Street Fighter 6, like one new character per year, bundled in the DLC packs, right? I think that would be a good way to handle it. And then like I said, I think new characters should be front loaded, right? Because you kind of want to. I feel like it's very hard to make people want to. I think it's very hard to make a new character, like a brand new character that people would be willing to pay extra for. Because you have to remember, you have to pay for the base game on top of this. So you're paying for the base game, and you're also paying extra for a brand new character that you're not even sure people are gonna like. I mean, you hope people like it, but that's a gamble, right? And I think that front loading or putting in a new character as a fluffer, I should say, eases the gamble on that because it's being packaged with other well-established characters that people like and are willing to pay for. So, while Street Fighter 6 did need some new blood for a while, having an entire DLC of new characters is... I feel like that's risky, but also I feel like Capcom are smelling their own farts right now, smelling their own farts because Street Fighter 6 and Monster Hunter are like, and Resident Evil are like, Capcom is firing on all cylinders. It's been a long time since Capcom was firing all cylinders like this. So I feel like Capcom are kind of being a bit smug right now, being like, yeah, we'll make a whole ass year of DLC for new characters that no one's ever seen or heard of, and people will buy it because we're fucking Street Fighter. And the answer is, and Capcom is right, people will do that. But we'll have to see if this has any major backlash. Twitter complains about everything, but Twitter's complaining that, they're being like, who wants these fucking nobodies? While meanwhile, these are the same people that were begging for new characters for like the last fucking 4 years. So it's like, whatever. I'm fine with this. I wish it was handled more strategically. But then again, Capcom was never really known for strategy, so fuck do I know. Okay, so new characters. We got Yasmin, brown Filipino tomboy, has a karambit or karambit. I forget how it's supposed to be pronounced. Like the little curved knife thing. I don't like the hair. Maybe it'll look better in the actual game engine, but like the art, I don't like how the art makes her hair look. But we'll see what she looks like. I'll be honest, I still don't really like Street Fighter having weapons in them. Like, yeah, Cody has the knife and the pipe and stuff, but that's very specifically like Final Fight references, so I get it in that instance. And like, yeah, Birdie has his chains. But overall, I don't really like Street Fighter characters having weapons in them, including Cody and Birdie. I like Final Fight, so I'm willing to give Cody a pass, but even then, not really, because I was hoping that with Street Fighter 5, they would change his moveset to get rid of like the pipe and the knife and stuff, because he's no longer a jailbird, so he doesn't really have to do those kinds of things anymore. But whatever. So Karambit. Karambit. Well, hold on a second. If I bring up, actually, I'm gonna bring up the image. I'm gonna bring up this image real quick. Da, da, da. Look, Yasmin here, right? If you pay close attention to the Karambit, it doesn't have a sharp. It's not sharp. It's very blunt. It's very blunt. So it's not an. It's not really a knife. So I don't think she's going to be doing a lot of stabbing with it. I'm thinking she's going to be using it more like a hook, like as a way to as a what I call it is as a vacuum. And what I mean is that I don't think any Street Fighter character. I don't think any Street Fighter 6 character right now has moves that vacuum on hit. And I feel like this is what the Karambit's going to be for. Is that she's going to do an attack and then pull in with the Karambit to drag the enemy closer for for Yasmin's combo routes. I think that's what we're going to do for her. And I think that would be really cool. That'd be a neat way because it's not like Street Fighter 6 is going to be experimenting with the drive feature for anybody. So I have to feel like, what are you going to do for terms of like how the character operates, how her buttons work? Especially for a really buttonsy game like Street Fighter 6. They might even give her disjointed hitboxes. I highly doubt that. I highly doubt they would give her disjointed hitboxes due to the Karambit, because I feel people would... There would be a fucking firestorm if Capcom ever did that. So I'm not really expecting that, but I feel like that's something that's on the table. Is a Karambit for the Karambit, or maybe give her like when she'll have a limited number of moves with the Karambit where she strikes with it, but those will be like have higher priority or something. So like her standing heavy punch, she does a big swipe with the Karambit, but because it's a weapon, it will clash or beat. It will either clash or straight up beat out other buttons clean. I don't know. I don't really have a lot to say. As far as Karambits in fighting games go, I mean, there's Smoke in Mortal Kombat 12, and it's like, it's neat. It's neat. Tomaz gets to have his own weapon, you know, whereas Sub-Zero just makes his own weapons out of ice. But generally sticks with like swords. Well, okay, it depends on which game it is, because for Sub-Zero, he started off making the sword in Deadly Alliance with the Corey blade, but they kept that thing going for like all of Sub-Zero's appearances afterwards. He'll make weapons out of ice, swords, daggers, shuriken, hammers, axes. So they kind of went for like Sub-Zero being like a weapon master, since he could just make them out of ice. Scorpion sticks for a long time had like his dual katanas in addition to his rope spear. But Mortal Kombat 12 did the greatest thing, the second greatest thing, because there's no way that they would Okay, I would have loved it if Scorpion's weapon of choice was actually the rope dart, just entirely the rope dart. But Mortal Kombat 12 did a very smart compromise, and he keeps the rope dart, but they also gave him a Kusarigama, which is a very classic ninja tool. So you know what? I'm fine with that. He gets the rope dart for the get over here, but he also, all of his other moves, he uses the Kusarigama, which is fucking sick. So I'm fine with that. I'm perfectly fine with that. And Smoke doesn't really have a weapon to call his own. Cyborg Smoke was basically like Scorpion Light. Yeah, 2D versions of Smoke was basically Scorpion. And in 3D games, they kind of like rolled him and Noob Saibot into like a single character. I think what weapon did Smoke? Wait, did Smoke even have a weapon in the 3D games? No, I don't think Smoke had a weapon in 3D games. Yeah, no, he was a hand to hand. He was a hand to hand guy. He didn't have any alternate weapon. Okay, he didn't have a weapon. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm blanking. He didn't have one. Okay. Yeah, so Smoke never really had a weapon to call his own. He had like smoke bombs and stuff, because ninja smoke bomb, right? But like as a melee weapon, Mortal Kombat 12 decided to give him a karambit. And sure, I don't really think of ninjas when I think of the karambit, but I would prefer like a kunai or something, like for the whole ninja thing going on. But the karambit, it's cool. The way he uses it's pretty cool. How he uses it to hook in, and like drag around people. It's a pretty cool moveset, honestly. But again, I'm trying to think. I'm interested to see what Capcom are going to do with Yasmin and how the karambit's going to be. Like the worst thing would be like, oh, the karambit is just like, it's like Lily's Pokemon, is it Pokemon? Pokemon, where it's like, yeah, it's just like, it's basically just gives her extended range on her punches. Like that's it, because she's short, so it's like, yeah, no, the Pokemon can just give her extended range on her punches, and that's it. They don't really do anything with that. I really hope Capcom does something with the karambit to make it be more than just, extended range on buttons. Which is why I was suggesting, like, oh, she'll use it to hook in people and, like, drag people closer to her on a hit. Like, which gives her hits a vacuum effect, which makes her combo routing unique compared to other characters. She'll probably also, maybe she'll even have a standing low. Who knows? Maybe she'll maybe make some character. With the karambit, she has standing low and a standing overhead. What? I don't know. As for her outfit, I don't have anything really to say about it. It just seems to be Capcom's classic of fighter character in a different flavor of gi, which Capcom have basically refined to a mirror sheen. Honestly, the design makes me think of Sagat with all the wraps and everything, and like the way that the pants are torn. Really makes me think of Sagat, honestly. But whatever. Looks cool. I appreciate that she doesn't look like Josie Rizal or Talam. Even though she's a Filipino, she doesn't look like the other Filipino characters in fighting games. So that's something. Not entirely sold on the hair, but we'll see how it looks. And I'll reserve judgment for what it looks like in motion. Okay, get rid. No. But yeah, Yasmin looks like a scruffy tomboy. I dig it. And here we have this fucking unit over here. Arjun. I don't know. So, I don't know anything about this guy. I mean, he's a new character. We don't know anything about him. But, like, even from what I'm witnessing here, apparently he's going to have something along with his breath. Maybe he's going to be, like, Diet Dulcim, where he has some sort of breath attack or something. I don't know. But his design is something, and I'm so happy I found other people that also I found other people on Twitter that also thought this. When I saw Arjun, let me pull up his art real quick. Wait, here it is. It's much more pronounced here in the art, where you see how fucking huge this guy is. Look at this fucking... This dude's built like a goddamn fridge. Look at this guy. So, I don't know what his deal is. Some people are speculating that, like, the wetness that is like he's fucking wet. So people are speculating like, oh, is he like gonna be like oil wrestling like Hakan or something? I don't think so. He looks like, cause this image, he looks like he's puffing out his chest, which again combined with the this frame here in the character trailer, he's definitely gonna have some sort of breath thing. Maybe he'll be like poison breath or something. I don't know. That'd be pretty cool. But if you look at his outfit, right? Shirtless, with the white pants and the sash, and like dangling accessories around his waist and stuff. When I saw this design, I immediately thought of. Let me real quick. This, I immediately thought of Ryu's old concept art, where they where they were experimenting with his design to honestly make him look a bit more like, to tie his design to Akuma with the long hair and the drop down gi and even the fucking rope belt and the sandals and everything, to make his design mirror a bit more like to mirror Akuma basically, right? I guess I can move hold on, let me. Now this doesn't really mean anything, but I get the sneaking suspicion that Ryu's rejected design here on the left was used as a basis for what Arjun would become. Which, I can't prove it, but I can't not prove it. Like, I like to think that you can be able to see it. Especially with how the big one is the hair. Look at how Ryu's hair fucking looks, dude. Like, it's very, it's very I forget the term for it. There's a term for it, but I don't remember what it's called. But it's like, it does that thing in anime where like it's very stringy and ropey, where it's almost dreadlocks but not quite. I don't know what that specific look is called, right? But it's a cool look. Where it's like it's almost dreadlock. Where like it's almost fuck. Come on. There we go. Where it's like almost dreadlocks, right? Now, again, we know nothing about Arjun, even less than the other characters, because at least the other characters have like a vague thing that you could be like, okay, character has this gimmick, I can kind of I can loosely associate with other characters or other playstyles, so I can see, or at least I can at least take a guess as to what this character will do. And I got nothing here. Big guy. I'm assuming he's going to be a big body. He's going to be a big body. He's going to have some sort of breath thing. Maybe he's gonna be like I want to say Poison Mist, like great, like Poison Mist, Great Muta, and all that shit. But like no, because I feel like they would really go all in on that by making it like green, like the wrestling heel. Like it'd be the Poison Mist. Like no, it's not that. It's like it's just I don't know. But again, if we go back to his character art here, he definitely looks like he's puffing up his chest. He's also fucking wide as hell. But yeah, he looks like he's puffing up his chest. So it has to do, I'm assuming it has something to do with that. Maybe his thing will be like, he's going to be hard to burn out. Maybe he'll have like one extra bar of drive gauge to be like, oh, this guy like, I don't know. Because this whole thing is breath and breathing properly, maybe he'll be like, oh, he'll be hard to like put in burnout or something like that. Or maybe he will have normal attacks. Or maybe have a normal special attack that will actually sacrifice his own drive gauge to make stronger. Kind of like what Steve Harper does with her I forget what her mechanic is called actually. The thing where she's like, oh yeah, if you want to do jump cancels, super jump. If you want to do super jumps, or you can use bar for super jumps, or you could use bar to extend to do an extension after her special moves to make them hard to make for Oki or something like that. I forget what the actual mechanic is called though for Viper because it's a character specific thing. Maybe Arjun would have something like that. But like, oh yeah, he takes a big breath and sacrifices a bit of his drive gauge to make an attack really big. Actually, hold on a second. I'm thinking. Does Street Fighter 6 have a... Wait a minute. Street Fighter 6 doesn't have a tap character. Hold on a minute. Yeah, no, there's no tap character in Street Fighter 6. Okay, so what I mean by tap is a turnaround punch, which is a shortened for turnaround punch, which is a move that Balrog, aka Boxer, aka Bison, has, where if you hold down, if you hold down a button, it charges up a special move that becomes more powerful the longer you hold it. So maybe Arjun's thing will be like he holds a button. Like he does a special move, holds the button. And the longer he holds the button, the more powerful it is, but also the more it drains his drive gauge when he actually does it. I don't know. I'm interested to see what this breath thing will actually do. But as far as like the characters that were shown off so far, Arjun is like the most like just guy. It was like, eh. Fucking Bosch, dude. So Splats popped the fuck off when he when this came up. And even then I remember saying that for as much play as Bosch gets in World Tour, it's fascinating that he was never added to the roster. Cause I remember when Street Fighter 6 first came out, or rather when we first learned about all the World Tour shit, I was so certain that the first season pass of the game would have had one of the World Tour characters like Bosch or Alice or Lee Fin in the main roster, especially Lee Fin, because Lee Fin gets the whole intro with Chun-Li, and I'm like, oh yeah, no, they're definitely going to be building up Lee Fin as a playable character. Like she even has her own title card, right? And then they don't do anything with that. It's like, oh, that sucks. Because remember, this is back when we thought that this is back when we thought that the time skip in Street Fighter 6 was actually going to matter, like at all. What? Okay, let me pull up Bosch's art. Bosch. I don't know how to feel about Bosch, honestly. Like, Bosch honestly does feel like a main character in a different game. And that's not inherently a bad thing, but the thing about it is that due to how World Tour mode is structured, and how your character is a blank slate that has to shoulder the burden of every single dialogue scene, and that there can't really be, like, writing, because your character can't it's the problem of writing around a blank slate character, a voiceless protagonist, and it only gets more difficult the more fidelity video games get. Whereas, like, in lower fidelity games, you can kind of like be like abstract with the dialogue because it's all text. But when it's voiced and your character is in a physical presence in the world and they just don't fucking say anything and no one acknowledges it, it's just odd. It's like, how do you write a character? How do you write a character? How do you write a story around a character that has no character? Without intentionally making it part of the story. Well, you can't really do that. It's just odd. So Bosch is basically your best friend / rival. He kind of exists to... I mean, I'm sure that the intent was to make Bosch be the dark mirror of your own protagonist. He's the guy that gets... What's the word I'm looking for? Bosch is the guy that gets wound up in all the seedy bullshit that is implied to be happening to other people in the story mode. But because, your John World Tour is just built different and can kick everybody's ass, that doesn't really matter to him. But Bosch is the guy, like, that guy gets fucked up. He gets caught up in like all the seedy Mad Gear shit. He's the guy that gets kidnapped and run with and injected with psycho power and shit, goes crazy, starts killing people. Bracket, not really, close bracket, because you can't actually have him kill people, but the idea is there. He kind of becomes evil Ryu, basically. The idea is that he goes crazy with psycho power and just starts killing people. And he doesn't actually kill people because you can't actually have him do that because this is a T-rated game, but the idea is certainly there. And then there's a final showdown between your character and Bosch, and then Bosch starts to like I'm trying to figure how much did I talk about. That doesn't matter. Bosch, you start to kick Bosch. You start beating some sense back into him, but he's still struggling with the psycho power, and he leaves. Right. Oh jeez. I'm just gonna say it. And then your character gets involved in a fucking terrorist plot where there's a tournament happening in Naishal, which is the fictional Southeast Asian country that the second half of World Tour takes place in. Kung Fu Fight Island, right? Where Bosch is from. And there's a big tournament there being run by JP of all people. That is, I forget if this actually is happening concurrently alongside the prequel plot of Street Fighter 6, where like JP's using like the crypto money from the tournament to fund Shadow Law or some shit. I don't remember if that was part of it, or I genuinely don't remember if that's actually part of the plot. Because I know that was the prequel comic that was part of Street Fighter 6, but I don't know if that was actually part of the World Tour plot. But anyway, JP's hosting a tournament there in Naishal, right? Because he's part of the reason of the Restoration Project. Bringing modern medicine and technology to this fucking backwater country, right? And so it's a big PR event, right? And your character gets wrapped up in a terrorist plot where some underground rebel freedom fighters that are major assholes, by the way, that are also like native Nishalans. Is it Nashal or Nashal? They never actually pronounce it correctly. Like sometimes it's Nashal, sometimes it's Nishal or Nashal. It's never consistent. But anyway, native Nashalinians, rebel group that are also terrorists, but they're good guys, so it's fine. They decide to get your character to plant a bomb in the championship belt for the Nashal tournament. And then when Jesus, right? Decided to plant a bomb in the fucking belt, right? And then when your character inevitably wins the tournament because you're just that fucking good, right? The bomb goes off, and because your player character is number one. Number two is Bosch, obviously, right? So the bomb goes off, and Bosch and a bunch of other people, but the only one that matters is Bosch because he's like a named character, dies in the fucking explosion. He dies in a terrorist bombing from a championship belt. Fucking WWE wishes they could write a fucking story this good. The World Championship title has a bomb in it. So the bomb goes off, Bosch dies. Like, actually for real fucking dies. He gets evaporated. You see his smoldering corpse on screen. He's dead. And then JP laughs like, yeah, you accomplished basically nothing, you fucking fool. And then you fight him. And he goes, yeah, what did you accomplish? You accomplished nothing. Good job, retard. And then World Tour ends. Except it's a fake ending. You get it's technically not a new game plus, it's like the after credits. So you can still continue and do shit. And that's where all the after and then you go back to the Nishal Arena, and JP's there, and you can learn Psycho Power from him. You learn his fighting style, and be like, yeah, what was up with that? It's like, yeah, that shit was fucked up, wasn't it? Hey, you want to learn how to wield Psycho Power? Anyway, if you're wondering why he's here, despite the fact that he's fucking a smoldering corpse, it's that the Ingrid trailer, or rather Ingrid's World Tour segment basically has your character go back in time and rewrite Bosch's fate so that he never actually dies. But it comes at the cost of Bosch forgetting who you are because, you know, you never really met. You know, you haven't gone through the mean streets of Metro City together, so it's like Bosch doesn't really know who you are, right? But it also means he's now the strongest guy in Neishal. He's the top ass kicker in Neishal, and he gets promoted to be main character. Now, I don't know what the fuck they're gonna do with this guy, because the thing is, in World Tour, Bosch's fighting style is just Luke with like a couple of extra moves that are like really easily telegraphed and kind of lame. So I'm wondering what the fuck are they gonna do with his moveset? Because he has a unique stance, but his moves are it's all Luke, like generic MMA shit. So it's like they have to give him an entirely new fighting style, which, you know what, I'm fine with it. Because Neishal does have its own traditional martial art that I forget the name of because it's not important. But talk about, Neishal had its own traditional martial art, but it turns out now that we can see all the different fighting styles around the world, our martial art kind of sucks, right? So I don't know. I don't know what the fuck they're gonna do with him. This pose that he's pulling in the in this trailer makes me think it's gonna be some like, I don't know, like, his general attire with like the monk robe, right? It might be northern style. It might be like northern style Shaolin. So I don't know. That's a thing. Also, yeah, the colors of Neishal, if you haven't noticed, are like blue and red. And that's because they're trying to, I don't know if they're going to succeed, but they're trying to be like, oh yeah, no, Gil founded this entire nation. Or like, Gil and the Illuminati have something to do with Neishal. But we don't quite know what. My idea is that, no, Gil is going to be using Neishal as his fucking paradise island. I forget what it is, but like in Third Strike, right? Gil creates like a fucking island or some shit where he and his devotees, of which Alex was one of them in his ending, get sent off to this fucking island for some reason. I don't know why or what its purpose is, or I don't know what it is. I forget. Maybe it has something to do with the Rapture or something. I don't know. But I do know is that it does get subtly referenced in Street Fighter 6 because Alex gets a last name and his name is Alex Winger. And the reason why it's called Winger is because, well, when Gil does his bullshit to Alex in his ending, and he makes him, red and blue like him, and he gets the wings, the seraphic wings like Gil does, he gets fucking angel wings. So it's like, it's a subtle reference to the fact that Gil's ending might actually become canon, and Alex might just become some sort of god being. I don't know. Fucking, who knows? Street Fighter lore is the least serious shit in the world. Yeah, but here's Bosch. This fucking pretty boy over here. Alright. I forgot. In the art, if I scroll down, you'll see this fucking tacky looking cap here, which is extremely important. Well, it's not extremely important, but it is somewhat important because this is the cap that you and John World Tour go buy at a clothing store as a bonding exercise, and it's very specifically that fucking tacky looking thing. So I don't know. Maybe there'll be a secret code where when you pick Bosch, he'll wear the dumb cap. I don't know. Yeah, that dumb cap is like a physical, what is it? Not a manifestation, like a physical item that shows how much, like, Bosch and John World Tour. It's a physical, not a gift. A physical representation of their bond to each other, right? Even though Ingrid's and Bosch's, time rewind, I didn't actually die. It kind of has the whole thing where, like, Bosch doesn't remember John World Tour. but and it has like, oh, I don't know who you are, but you know what? You look pretty strong. Hi, I'm Bosch. Let's be friends, right? But it also means, but also, still has a cap though, so it's like he doesn't remember, but like a lot of the events that happened before he died still happened. Like they still did. They still were in Luke's training gym. They did meet. They had the whole Metro City training. They did Metro City training. They got the matching hats and shit. So it did happen. Just like uh, uh, I don't know how they're gonna handle that though, because like yeah, they do the whole thing. Well, yeah, Bosch doesn't remember you, but like the thing about it is that Bosch wasn't that involved in the main plot either. So it's like, yeah, you go back in time and do all these things to prevent Bosch from basically becoming a psycho soldier slave, but like it doesn't really even with the added context is like, oh, the more you interact with time, the less the more he forgets you. But it's like, even in that, it doesn't really make sense, because when you first start doing the time travel shit, Bosch's perspective of John's world tour changes. Where at the start of the game, Bosch is actually on a level equal to John World Tour, because they have the cross counter, right? They have the cross counter because they're equally matched, right? But then when you go back in time, and you are your super buffed up Omni God level character, and you beat up level 1 Bosch, the dynamic completely changes. And Bosch is like, what the fuck? How are you so strong? He becomes completely obsessed with trying to, like, okay, John World Tour stops being an equal and starts being the mountain that Bosch has to climb, and he becomes obsessed with trying to surpass John World Tour, which arguably accelerates him going into which probably accelerates him getting into psycho power. But it's a logical conclusion. He becomes obsessed with power, and the power ends up destroying him. But actually, the thing that really weirds me out is that after Bosch has his Dark Bosch moment, where he's basically killing people, and John World Tour kicks the shit out of him, beats him back to his senses, it's like, oh yeah, Bosch just got over it. Yeah, the psycho power that erodes at your fucking soul and makes you a mind slave, yeah, he's got over it. Like, did you punch the psycho power out of him? Like, what the fuck? I don't know. I mean, fucking hell, John World Tour also has a fuck ton of psycho power inside of him, but like, he's fine. So, whatever. I understand why they do it, but like, it sucks. Cause like, psycho power is meant to be something that like eats away at you, like physically, mentally, spiritually, and your player character never goes through that. Because he can't. So I'd be like, well, why do you have it at all? But it's like, I don't know, man. But he has to have it because there are certain characters in Street Fighter that have psycho power, and you need to have psycho power in order to do the move. So it's like, fuck. You're just. It's not. Psycho power is like. I mean, it always kind of was a plot device, but now it's like, ugh. And it's just a switch now. Apparently if you concuss someone hard enough, you can just get rid of their psycho power. Fucking what? Anyway, Bosch is the last character of the season pass for year 4, which is I don't know how to feel about that. I really don't, cause like, I mean, in my personal opinion, I felt that Bosch, when I was first playing Street Fighter 6, I thought that Bosch should be the first DLC character, right? And in this one, he's going to be the last. Although and of course, with Capcom being like, yeah, we're not having World Tour on release anymore, which means that Capcom are definitely going to like have a World Tour expansion, where instead of having like, here is the new DLC subplot for the characters. Like, no, because all these are new characters, there's going to be like a whole thing going on. Capcom is definitely building up to like a big new story arc. Obviously, it's going to be a self-contained story arc, but the fact that Ingrid's world tour ending directly leads into Bosch being here, Capcom's definitely like when Bosch drops. I think that when Bosch drops, Capcom are going to release a world tour expansion that covers all of the new characters. Obviously, Tifa's gonna have her own separate thing because it's fucking Tifa, but like, yeah, I feel like Bosch is also gonna drop with like a massive story update for World Tour, like a new game plus or some shit. Hey, Splat, yeah, it's Bosch. This fucking pretty boy over here. I basically mostly talked about Bosch and his whole thing with World Tour and how I'm interested to see what they do with his moveset. Because again, in World Tour, Bosch is basically just Luke. He's basically Luke. He has his own unique special moves, but they're like also just kind of like generic Shoto moves. So I don't know what the fuck they're gonna do with his gameplay. Although, if I had to guess, like I said earlier, this pose here that he's doing in the trailer makes me think he's gonna be doing like northern style kung fu. Northern style Shaolin Kung Fu. And you know what? That'd be pretty cool. And also, he has the hat. I wonder if there will be a secret code where you can make him wear the dumb hat. But he has the hat. So, this is definitely happening. Okay, I'm thinking. This is either going to be happening either after World Tour, where, you know, Bosch is like the champion of the Savah Hall tournament after, you know, messing with the timeline. Or this is going to be happening in between, like after you and Bosch split up after the tutorial area, you know, after he buys the dumb hat. And in between that and like his story mode in arcade is just going to be like, yeah, this is Bosch's perspective on all of the bullshit that happened during the World Tour segment. Like, I can't imagine Bosch's story being anything more than, hey, have you checked out World Tour? Here's all the kooky events that happened in World Tour, right? And it's like, yeah, and it's like, why would you, I don't know, man. This is why I thought that Bosch would be the first ever DLC character for Street Fighter 6, because he would basically be an advertisement for World Tour. Because, you know, there are people that, you know, that would be like, oh, who's this guy? Oh, new character? Oh, Bosch? Oh, he looks pretty cool. Oh, he's like a World Tour guy. Oh, so I should play World Tour, this brand new mode in Street Fighter 6 and see what's up with this guy. And I can't imagine them doing anything else, because Bosch isn't really a character. He's a plot device, and that's fine. But it's like, what does he do? Bosch has not had Bosch has been through some shit, but like, none of them have, like, he doesn't have a character arc. He's like, hi, John World Tour, we're equals. And it's like, I kind of resent you, but I need to get stronger for unknown reason. But I need to get stronger, because it's a fighting game, right? Right, he's obsessed with strength. Okay, cool, got it. And that strength leads him into getting into the seedier aspects of Metro City, getting caught up in Mad Gear and like Psycho Power and shit. And that's fine, but like, that all happens off screen. The only times we see Bosch in World Tour is during the tutorial segment with Alice and everything, where he buys the dumb hat. And then, oh no, Bosch is in trouble with Mad Gear and Jury, go rescue him. Oh no, Bosch got injected with psycho power and he's going on a killing spree, even though he's not actually killing people because this is a T-rated game. Go save him, basically. Go fight him. Try to bring him back to his senses. Okay, Bosch is kind of in that. He's on that. Alright, you beat Bosch to his senses, but not entirely. He's still struggling with the psycho power, but he's not entirely crazy just yet, but he's still kind of insane. Savah Hall tournament, he's there. Go fight Bosch in the finals. oh no, the bomb that you and your terrorist friends implanted into the championship belt blew up and turned Bosch into fucking ash. Oh no, how are you now go to his sister Yua and tell him that Bosch is dead. Are they ever gonna bring that up? Even though the entire point about Ingrid being your world tour was like, yeah, no, we changed the course of history so that didn't happen. But come on, man. The fact that Bosch dies in a fucking terrorist bombing incident is too funny not to mention at least once. Come on, man. Also, kick JP's ass. Yeah, John World Tour does kick JP's ass multiple times. Yeah, after the bombing, you fight JP again. He's like, how could you do this, JP? And it's like, motherfucker, what? I didn't put the bomb in there. JP didn't know about the bomb, by the way. The bomb was planted in a championship. He had no fucking idea. He's like, what the fuck? And then you kick JP's ass, and JP's like, yeah, this doesn't matter. And then you meet him again after the credits of World Tour, and you go meet him again. He's like, hey kid, you want to learn how to use Psycho Power? Like, it literally doesn't matter. You become friends with JP after that. Well, acquaintances, really. But yeah, you become his student after that shit. And he talks to you about his fucking cat, and how he's like Shadow Law. He was like, before, like, he was like Shadow Law's head Jew. Like, it's fucking... Oh, World Tour is a fucking clown show, man. Okay, so that's Bosch. He's apparently going to be the last character for the Year 4 DLC. It's like, wow, look at all these new characters that everybody's complaining about because how dare Street Fighter put in new characters this far into the game? Which is why I said they should have been peppered into the other season passes. I feel like that would have been easier to be like, oh, every season pass, here's a new character. But whatever. Just put them in all in the bundle. And that's Street Fighter 6. 3 DLC characters. Unless fucking Tifa shows up. And here's the moment that made fucking Maximilian paint his ceiling white. Fucking Tifa's in the game. Of all the bullshit of that was happening during that leak, I never would have fucking thought that Tifa was the one that was real. Like, remember, the season pass is going to be Claw, Hager, Tifa, and oh shit, who's gonna be the fourth one? Oh fuck, who's gonna be the fourth one? I know it's gonna be. I know it's gonna be Claw. Yeah, Claw, Tifa, Hager. I need to look this up. I don't remember. Street Fighter 6 DLC speculation. Okay, Vega leak. Here we go. Vega leak. New leak claims Tifa Lockhart would be guest character. Leak. No, but who are the others? Other She characters. Okay. Goken! Right. The proposed leak was Tifa, Claw, Hager, and Goken. And I remember saying back then, yeah, no, that Tifa's some bullshit. That's some absolute fucking bullshit. Claw makes sense because, you know, Claw and Boxer had an entire segment in World Tour talking about, yeah, no, they're coming back. They brought back their voice actors to be like, yeah, no, Bison's back, Shadowlaw's back, yeah, sure, fuck it, I'll come back, right? They have a whole fucking segment. They have fucking NPCs that'd be like, I mean, Ed's there, but also Claw has his own little fucking Shota, fucking Ignicio, who is also just, yeah, no, this is probably going to be like the new Claw, I guess, since he's not coming back, I guess. I don't know. Hagar, I still think Hagar was bullshit. Even though Street Fighter 6 is in desperate need of an actual fucking Final Fight character, Hagar is not the one to go for. And Go can be like, Goken, which would, you know, once again, retroactively removing Akuma's kill count. I remember saying back then, like, I can't wait for them to roll back Gotetsu's death so that Akuma it is revealed that Akuma actually killed 0 people. But yeah, no, the fucking Tifa shit, I could not believe it. I need to look for something real quick. Is it here? Was it here? I guess it wasn't here. I remember there was a Blinker You Miss It image of like text that just straight up says fucking leakers. But I guess it wasn't in this video. Anyway, fucking Tifa. The fucking Tifa. I hate this. So, okay. Okay, so people have been speculating that, oh yeah, fucking man, get out of here, Clive. The Tekken fan base wants Tifa as a Final Fantasy representative, which, you know, makes sense. Hot martial artist, hot as fucking hell, super nostalgia for Final Fantasy VII, all that shit, Matt. But the thing about it is that the reason why I thought that if any game was gonna have Tifa as a guest character, also hi Benzine, if there was any Choconnichi, bitch, how you doing? If there was any game that would have Tifa as a guest character, it would be Tekken, because Namco and Square collaborated to make fucking Urgites, right? And Urgites had Final Fantasy VII characters in it. Urgites had Final Fantasy. I mean, the gimmick was that it's a fighting game with Final Fantasy VII characters in it, right? That was the entire gimmick of that. And all of the original characters in Urgites are just Tekken characters with spice. Like, hey, what if Kazuya had a prosthetic arm that was hiding a machine gun? There you go. That's God Hand. Ken. His name is literally Ken Mishima. Like, he's even a fucking Mishima. Han De-han. What if Hwarong had a robot leg that fired missiles so that he literally like kicks missiles at you, right? Joe. Okay, so imagine Eddie Gordo, right? But like as a Amazon girl, Amazonian tomboy that could fucking beasterize into a cat thing. That's Joe. And you know, Sasuke is just Yoshimitsu. What if Yoshimitsu could throw shuriken? There you go. That's Sasuke. But you see what I'm going, right? Dasher Inoba. What if we took Antonio Inoki? What if we took King and just made him Antonio Inoki? There you go. There's Dasher Inoba. Right? Just, they were all like various obvious, all of their movesets were very obviously based off of Tekken characters. Claire Andrews, my beloved, she'll never show up in anything ever again. But, because the constant focus on Final Fantasy VII, the constant focus on FF7 specifically does feel like a bit much at this point. Well, yeah, because FF7 is like the most important Final Fantasy game. Because it was the one that made Final Fantasy a global series. And there's a ton of nostalgia for FF7. People, like, ever since FF8 came out, people have been begging Square to make Final Fantasy VII again. And they did. You got Advent Children, you got the fucking prequel that I don't remember that had Zack in it. You had the spinoff with Vincent Valentine. Multiple movies, yep. Like the thirst for Final Fantasy VII is endless. Square is going to you cannot possibly Square could not possibly milk FF7 enough. Like that was capital THE the Final Fantasy game for a lot of people. Even if I could say that, you know, there are other Final Fantasy games that are better, but that doesn't matter. It's not the one people are nostalgic for. You could milk nostalgia forever, dude. Oh yeah, FF7. Tifa's in here. My hatred of guest characters is well known at this point. I'm not going to go on that tirade again. I don't like this at all. I would rather just have a new character that vaguely resembles Tifa. Meanwhile, the real GOAT FF6 remains untouched. I'm not a Final Fantasy guy. You'd have to talk to Tila about that. I only know about FF7 because of I genuinely only know about FF7 because of Urgites. And I relatively recently bought Dissidia for my Vita just to play through that and be like, okay, what's up with this whole Dissidia thing? And Dissidia is a very cool game. It's very fucking weird, but I quite like it. It's very it is a fighting game that can only have been made by people that have never played a fighting game before. So it's like, but it's not bad. It's just fucking weird, and I kind of dig it, honestly. I did buy the first one and not Duodecim because I figured I should, you know, play the first game before I play the second game. And then I later learned, oh no, Duodecim is actually just an expansion on the first Dissidia. You can actually start with Duodecim. So I was like, oh, fuck. Great. It's not like the prices are gonna go down. Fucking hell, man. Final Fantasy games on the Vita never go on sale. They never go on sale. And they're expensive. Like most games, like most PS1 games, like PS1 games on the Vita store, are like $6. Final Fantasy games are $10. The only other like PS1 game that's on the PSN store that's $10 is like the first Tomb Raider. Not even any of its sequels, only the first one. But like the Final Fantasy games are all like $10 fucking dollars. It's like Jesus. And that's not even getting into like, yeah, they have the PS1 versions, but they also have the PSP release. They also have the PSP re-releases. They have the Vita re-releases. The fucking World of Final Fantasy or something, whatever. Like there's a bunch of Final Fantasies on, you know, the Vita store because it's Final fucking Fantasy, right? So it's like, oh, where do I start? And the answer is 1, but I don't remember if the remake of Final Fantasy 1 was any good. And I honestly don't care that much to want to try it out. I mean, I could obviously just like, you know, download a ROM of the Final Fantasy PS1 games and then convert them into e-boots. But I would prefer to keep all of the legally dubious e-boots on my Vita for games that were either have been delisted from the PSN store or games that were never on the PSN store. I would prefer to buy the games legally while they're still available to do so. Nightbring, Choconnichi wa, bitch, how you doing? I'm talking about fighting game stuff because I'm me. Hey, did you know that Tifa's gonna be in Street Fighter 6? Tekken fans in fucking shambles right now. Have I ever played any of the silly bloodlust software fighters like Time Sliders, Hanukkah? Time Slot. Time Slaughter. Maybe. Okay, hold up a second. Because I always get Time Slaughter and Time Killers confused, and I can never remember which one is which. I know I played one of them, and I liked it despite how jank it was. Well, I guess I could pull this up. This one's fine. Yeah, I can look this up. It's fine. Time Slaughter. Which one is this one? Oh, Abandonware. Oh, it's a DOS game. Okay, I have not played this. I haven't played too many DOS fighting games. What DOS fighting games have I actually played? I played Theater of Pain. I played, which is the Theater of Pain is quite fascinating because it is made by the same people that made, Rise of the Robots, or rather Rise to Resurrection. Yeah, it's basically, and for all intents and purposes, Theater of Pain is basically Rise of the Robots 3, and it is a shockingly normal fighting game. Like, it's perfectly serviceable. I play Tough Guy Fighting Titans, which is I can never remember if it's Korean or Chinese. I think it's a Korean bootleg. Yeah, Tough Guy Fighting Titans is either Korean or Chinese bootleg, I don't remember. And then there's Violent Vengeance, which is another Korean and or Chinese bootleg. That had its entire soundtrack ripped from that just stole its entire soundtrack from the Amiga demo scene. Let's see, DOS fighting games. Did I play Shadow Warrior? Wait, Shadow Warrior? No, Shadow Warrior's Amiga. I think it was both on Amiga and DOS, but I played the Amiga version because Amiga music. Never played the DOS version. Yeah, DOS is actually kind of a big blind spot for me when it comes to fighting games. Yeah, but I did play Time Killers. Time Killers is some pretty rank shit, but I actually do kind of like it. It's fun. Let's see. Played it back in the day and remember it being pretty fun for what it was. It's essentially a joke game to parody the movement against violence at the time. Naruhodo ne. Okay. Oh, I played Fighting Jokes actually recently. I mean, it's getting a normal modern port. Oh, not even a port, support, but also they're adding a ton of new shit to the game. I think it's an Italian DOS fighter. It's really cool. It's a very whimsical game, very goofy, very whimsical. Music kicks all kinds of ass. But it's getting an updated re-release that changes essential mechanics to make it play more like a normal as of, or rather to make it play more like a modern fighting game. But I have the original Switch version, and I'm hoping that it does that when the new version comes out, it does not replace the one that I have. Because the games would be very different. Bloodstorm is better than Time Killers just for the sheer number of secrets. I disagree with that. I think Time Killers is better than Bloodstorm because it feels better to play. I think Bloodstorm feels worse than Time Killers, honestly. Secrets are cool and all, but they can't salvage a game that I like less. I can find it, but I find it cool. There's a lot of secrets, but given in terms of raw gameplay, I would rather play Time Killers. Seriously, Tekken had so many chances to put in Tifa, and they go with John protagonist both times, although they may have been more of Squeenix's decision rather than. Yeah, no. Noctis and Clive were put in Tekken for advertisement. And it fucking worked because Noctis was the most purchased DLC character for Tekken 7. He did fucking numbers for Tekken 7. I don't know what the numbers for Clive are because I don't really care about Tekken 7 or Tekken generally. But I do remember that people were complaining oh fuck, I want Tifa, not this fucking protagonist man. But we'll see. still trouble that Namco is losing developers left and right. Yeah, and I remember Harada talking about how he would tell the upper management and the investors to their face to fuck off. Tifa is made for fighting games, is why. By that logic, any monk character in Final Fantasy is made for fighting games. So, I don't think, outside of the nostalgia factor and the hot girl factor, I don't think Tifa, by her lonesome, is more worthy of being in a fighting game more than any other monk class character in Final Fantasy. I mean, I would have thought that by now, just due to pure meme inertia, Sabin would be in the game. Do the whole suplexing a train bullshit. Hidegaki passing away affected Harada hard, but I guess the Saudis made him an offer that was so good to pass up. Probably. It's hard to say no to having your own studio, right? But even then, I remember that Harada talking about like how he would tell the investors to fuck off. Maybe not literally, but Harada would basically tell the Namco investors and like higher management to fuck off and let him do his own thing when it comes to Tekken. And for the large part, they just let him do it because whatever he was doing, it made Tekken successful. So, and you could see this happen with Soul Calibur. Where, like, because there was no strong central figure for Soul Calibur, that series just kind of withered and died. But Harada kept Tekken together. He kept the team together, and Tekken kept getting more games, more support. And supposedly, I don't know if this is true because I don't know about the inner, politics management of Namco, but supposedly, Harada had stopped being the director of Tekken halfway into Tekken 7. Which is why, people are speculating like, oh, that's why Leroy and Fakumram, and that's why like after a certain point, all the DLC characters in Tekken 7 were just notoriously fucked up, and it's because Harada was not manning the helm for how they were balanced. And that's why, Tekken 8 is Namco let the success of Tekken 7 get to the heads, and they're being like, okay, we don't want Tekken 8 to be a good Tekken game. We want it to be the fighting game, period. The biggest fighting game ever, period. Shocking Costs actually has a good video about this. Shocking Costs TV. Hold up. Shocking Costs TV. Yeah, it's this one. Why Tekken 8 wasn't made for Tekken players. And it's a lot in it. And Shocking Costs TV, basically, I mean, I don't know what he is. Like, I don't know if he is like a finance guy or something. I don't know what his deal is, but he basically tries to track down the money of why things are happening within the fighting game scene. And for me personally, it's really nice to have my opinions validated by somebody smarter than me. Because there are things that I notice and like, I can't explain this because I don't know the inner workings of how business culture works, but like, I see some shit like, well, I guess I can get into Virtua Fighter later. And I'll talk about it when I get into Virtua Fighter. I see some shit like what's happening in Virtua Fighter. I'm like, And I'm like, okay, I can't definitively prove that a lot of these decisions that are happening with Virtua Fighter, or rather for Tekken since it's its own brand, are made to basically have like a massive what do I call it? Like have one last big bang for money siphoning from the fan base, from investors, and then just kill the series due to, how paradoxically how popular and how much Tekken is selling, but against how much everybody that plays it seems to hate it. Well, everybody above a certain skill, above a certain skill bracket seems to hate it. So, which causes this pretty big schism in the Tekken scene. Hold up. FF6 isn't as popular. Hold up. FF6 isn't as popular as fantasy. You think it is? They introduced Sabin and everyone would be like, who? I mean, like, I'm not a fan of fantasy guys, so I wouldn't know. I feel like at the very least, Sabin should be in Dissidia. Is he in Dissidia? I don't know. I feel like he'd be a good Dissidia character. Anyway, yeah, I guess I could post a link here. Who cares? Yeah, sure, I'll post this here. If you care at all about, I don't know, the rot of AAA business culture, you could do that. I don't know. Yeah, but that's the shocking cost video. Virtua Fighter 6 is in a weird place. They seem to think that going forward in timeline is a good idea with all the main cast in their 50s or so now. Yeah, that tends to happen a lot. It's trying to do the thing where, like, the game grows alongside its audience. It's like, well, it's been a long time since Virtua Fighter had a new game, so we should probably reflect that time period in the game itself. So, I mean, to be fair, time skips happen all the fucking time. And it just so happens to be that the only fighting game that managed to do it good was Tekken 3. Tekken 3 attempted to bring in a younger cast, and Tekken 4, the GOAT, brought a lot of them back, and then they just decided their age doesn't matter, just make them look cool. Brawl in the retirement home over the last bowl of rice pudding. Brawl. Brawl? Not Melee? Melee is the one that everybody loves to fucking fillet is Smash Melee, not Brawl. I've never heard anybody talk about Brawl. Tekken 4 the GOAT. You say that, but it's important to remember that Tekken 4 actually you Nightbringer, you should watch the Shocking Cost video because Tekken 4 does get brought up and what Tekken 4 meant and what it not what it meant, what it symbolized for the series of Tekken as a whole. Tekken 4 is actually an extremely important game because it almost killed the fucking series. Which is extremely important to remember. Like, yeah, people can wax nostalgic about Tekken 4 now because it's been 20 years and Tekken is still going strong. But there was a very real chance that Tekken 4 would have been the absolute last Tekken game because it was a game that almost killed the series. Anyway, Anyway, I don't have too much to say about Tifa. Like, very clearly, this is marketing for Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 3, whenever the fuck that drops. And it's made to coincide with that. And also, you know, Street Fighter 6 is unquestionably the biggest, most profitable, most well-known, most beloved fighting game of modern times. So, having that associated with the most popular, most well-known, most beloved RPG of all time, at least over here in the West, at least for a more global audience, I should say. Yeah, it makes sense as a business decision. It makes perfect sense. I don't like it. I hate guest characters in fighting games. I never liked it. But Tifa's gonna bring in numbers, so Tifa. Did I ever show this off on stream? I don't think I did. Hold up. Do I still have this? I should still have this. Yeah. Okay. Hold on. Hello? Why isn't it showing up on... Oh, it's a fucking JFIT file! Okay, hold on. Here we go. Okay, so here are the player numbers. Here are the player numbers for Street Fighter 6, and you can see, obviously, there's a huge spike whenever a DLC character comes up, which is pretty normal for fighting game. And they kind of just, drops off because, again, people want to play the character. Ooh, new character. Ooh. But so these are the the player counts, right? As you can see here, Akuma brought the player counts up to 70,000 fucking players because Akuma is really popular. He's really strong. He's really easy to use, and he's really cool, right? Makes sense. He's like unquestionably one of the most popular Street Fighter characters of all time, right? And he's like a character that people would pay for or would be willing to pay for. Makes sense. And it's like, yeah, Rashid, whatever, Aki, whatever, Ed. I'm actually genuinely surprised by Ed. I never, because Ed was really hated in Street Fighter V, but I guess we'd be like, oh, they brought back Ed and they fixed him, they made him cool now. Even if though I disagree with that, I don't like how he plays like a normal character now instead of playing like a really weird fucking thing. Ed had a really unique playstyle in 5, and I wish they would have kept that, but they didn't, so whatever. Bison, whatever. Terry, you know what? Terry's cool. Oh shit, Street Fighter has a guest character. Whoa, crazy, and it's Terry. That one's for all the Japanese old heads, because Terry is loved all over the world, and SNK loved all over the world, kind of except for America. Kind of weird. And then get the fuck out of here, Terry. We got the number 2. I also would say the number 2 ranked gooner and all of the number 2 ranked most gooned after character in fighting games. Right behind Morrigan. But I don't know if that's actually true. Because Chun-Li's also way up there. But I never actually it's been a while since I actually checked the rankings on this shit. But the big 3 are obviously, like Chun-Li, Mai, Morrigan. But yeah. Morrigan brought people up. Not as high as Akuma though, which I was fascinated by. I thought Mai would have shot up higher than that. Elena did pretty respectably well, considering before Street Fighter 4, that character basically didn't exist. Like, yeah, she was in 3, but no, she was in 3 and she was in Cross Second, but no one really gave a fuck. It wasn't until she became a fucking horror cryptid in Street Fighter 4 with her healing mechanic bullshit that they completely got rid of, essentially, for Street Fighter 6. So it's like, oh, the one interesting thing you could have done with Elena is like, oh no, her most powerful technique is healing herself instead of attacking the opponent. And then Sagat's okay. He's the pick for the sweats. Sagat's a pick for the sweats. Viper, also kind of a pick for the sweats, but despite Sagat having a more vocal fan base, I feel like Viper being a hot MILF put her over Sagat. Oh, she also has the whole thing of oh yeah, she has all this crazy execution that is that you kind of have to do if you want to get the most out of the character. But again, it's yeah, but her execution doesn't really give her an advantage above any of the other characters in the game. You just get to do cooler combos, but why pick Viper when you can pick Bison and do the same damage for less effort? You also get better neutral because Bison's fucking stand heavy kick is insane. Alex, this one really got me because Alex is quite possibly in the West the most beloved character in Street Fighter in the West. Americans fucking love Alex. They love Alex, and you can see it in the fucking numbers, right? The people love Alex. He's so cool, and he sucks in every game he's been in. But he's so cool, though. It goes to show how much a strong design can do for a character. Alex has always been such a cool character, but he always kind of sucked in his gameplay. And I'll even argue that even 6 kind of has a problem. His gameplay is kind of ass, but he looks so fucking cool. And then right next to Alex here is fucking Ingrid, who is the most popular, most beloved, well-loved character in Japan. In the Japanese otaku sphere, Ingrid is quite literally their goddess. Ingrid is like the character for like the old heads in Japan in terms of Capcom characters. Like they fucking love Ingrid. There's a reason why Ingrid kept showing, despite not having a game to call her own. Ingrid kept showing up, and not only in like Alpha 3 and but I mean like in a lot of like Street Fighter gachas, Ingrid shows up. I know that you would know this because who the fuck gives about gacha, but like every time Capcom puts out a gacha, Ingrid will inevitably show up and do numbers because she's just cute, magical girl, god thing. People, the otaku just love it. Just love Ingrid. So I expected her numbers to be high, but I didn't think she would be the she would bring in the single most players out of the entire game's history. I was not expecting that. I would think it would be somewhere along the lines of like, higher than Mai. I thought it would be like in the middle point between like Mai and Akuma. But no, number one spot. And considering that, Tifa's on the horizon, I would not be surprised at all if Tifa alone brought the player count of Street Fighter 6 up to 100,000. I would not be surprised at all if player numbers broke 100k due to Tifa. I'll bet money on that. Hold me to this. I will bet money that Tifa will make the game break 100k. I will bet money on that. Or I don't know, bet a Steam game or something. I don't know. I will bet on that. Okay. Okay. Everything is going to chat. Give me a second here. That's because it wasn't made for the sweats. Actually, let me bring up the chat on the stream so that I can actually react to the message that I'm reacting to. Let me scroll up here. Here we go. That's because it wasn't made for the sweats. I'm assuming we're talking about Tekken 4 here. Yeah, Tekken 4. Okay. It wasn't made for the sweats. Also, it was quite a bit unbalanced, tee-hee. But the sheer aura that game had has never been matched again. Like Tekken 5 and 8 all kind of just melt together. That is true. I will say that. And it is extremely important to remember that the aura that Tekken 4 has is borrowing the aura of Virtua Fighter 4. Virtua Fighter for a long time has been like, ooh, nice. It's always been Virtua Fighter always kind of had like this, or rather, every Virtua Fighter game kind of has its own aesthetic. Virtua Fighter 1 is like, oh shit, it's virtual reality. Like sci-fi virtual reality. This is the shit we all dreamed about kind of thing going on for it. Virtua Fighter 2 is like super intense, like the pinnacle of fighting is what Virtua Fighter 2 is going for. Virtua Fighter 3 kind of goes for like the more generalized like Sega Blue Skies, like kind of like beach paradise kind of feel to it. It's very lighthearted. It's very fun. The music is a bop. It's not super intense. It's like fun paradise kind of a feel to it. And Virtua Fighter 4 I feel like trying to do Tekken 3. Like it's dark, it's intense. Huge like almost crushed blacks on these shadows, right? Super intense music. Actually, you know what? I can show this off really quick. Here, just to give you an example of what I mean. Let me get rid of this image real quick. And I will compare directly the intro to Virtua Fighter 3 and Virtua Fighter 4, just so you get an idea of what I'm talking about. Actually, you know what? I'll just go through all the intros. Actually, wait, no. First, let me read the text first. Let me finish reading the text first. Hold on. Okay, mechanically, Tekken's 5-minute superior, yes, because those games are made for competitive play and not much else. Not much else. I prefer when Tekken 4 went all in on the atmosphere, the story, greatness, and then no mind, no buy. It helps, obviously, they worked hard to make Mai look really good in SF6. Yeah, Mai looks really good. Like, I think Mai is the best looking character in SF6, which is saying a lot because as much as I hate the art style direction of Street Fighter 6, where they go for that whole verisimilitude, like semi-real but hyper-exaggerated body proportions thing, I don't like it. I would much rather before it looks like 2D art. Capcom did a really good job at making Mai look like her concept art. She genuinely looks like her concept art. It's shocking how well they managed to make her look. I still don't like the art style though. My go-to in SF usually goes Fei Long, then Sagat. They seem to be spooked into never making Fei Long playable again, so I might end up being a Sagat main if I ever got back into competitive. Okay. Sagat in Street Fighter 6 does not play the same as Sagat normally does, where he wants to basically do fireball traps. They cut his fireballs effectively in half, and they want you to be more of a kind of like mid-range buttons character, where you play mid-range, he's got super long range on his like heavy buttons that you want to use to keep the opponent at bay, or to swat the opponent out of the air when they jump. And then when the opponent's scared, you go in and you press standing medium punch, because that move is plus on block and it's fucked up. You go standing medium punch, standing medium punch, standing medium punch, and then you use his brand new fucking Rekka move for extended pressure and combos. I don't like it. I don't like how they changed Sagat. But it's an effective style of gameplay, but it's not what I think of in my mind when I think of Sagat. This is what I mean, Choco. Tifa has that star power. Sabin, Yang, might as well be literally who's. I mean, I don't know who Yang is, so I'll put that as a literal who. Like I said, I'm not a Final Fantasy guy. I know about FF7 mostly because of Urgites and cultural osmosis. I know about Sabin because, suplex is a train, despite the fact that if you clearly look at his animation, it is a pile driver and not a suplex. Alright? He jumps in the air and slams it down. That is a pile driver. Or even a power bomb. But it is not a suplex. I don't know where that came from. Why is it called a suplex? Maybe it's because suplexes had fewer. Okay, maybe. Okay, okay, you know what? I'm going to go on a limb and say that the reason why it was called a suplex in Final Fantasy VI is because it had less letters. Even though the move is very clearly more of a power bomb or a pile driver, I'm assuming suplex. You know what? Suplex takes less letters, and character limits were a really, really big thing when it came to translating JRPGs. So okay, I'm gonna go with it has less letters, so you could fit it into a skill into the text limit instead of power bomb. Even though you could call it P bomb or something, whatever. I know Choco normies didn't grow up with WCW/WWF like we did. Yes they did. Wrestling was super fucking. Dude, wrestling in the 90s was massive. What are you talking about? Like the beginning of the WWF and the WCW and like the fucking wrestling was super massive in the 90s. What are you talking about? Huh? In the 80s and 90s, like even before my time, back during the 80s, with like the how much do people still talk about fucking the Hogan versus Andre the Giant thing? Like even in the 80s, wrestling was massive. So even before my time, wrestling was fucking huge. What do you mean? Granted, I didn't get really big into wrestling. Okay, to be fair, I didn't really get into wrestling until like, WWE era. Like with SmackDown and shit. That was kind of when I started getting into wrestling. But it was a short-lived thing. I didn't really stick with it. Like, I was at the perfect time to be like, oh, wrestling's so cool. Oh, wait, wrestling's fake? Oh, then I don't care anymore. Like, I was that kind of teenager, and I just stopped watching it. And nowadays, I can appreciate the artistry that goes into wrestling and ring psychology, but the problem is that modern wrestling doesn't do that. They don't do ring psychology, so it's like, oh, so now I can't care about wrestling as a performance art because they don't care about doing that. They make it play like a modern wrestling is like an actual video game where you just do your big moves over and over again. It's more of a show, right? It's a exhibition of like athletic skill as opposed to treating it like a drama. Different eras, right? So I'm still not into wrestling. It's like I kind of watch from the silence, being like, hey, what cool is just going on over here? Like every couple of months, like what cool is just going on over here, right? Because apparently everybody that's in the fighting games is also into wrestling. Apparently, so bleh. Ami channel spotted, yeah. Ami is there. I don't watch her too much, but I mostly watch her because of Super Meche. No, I mostly know about Amiya because of Super Meche. I'm more of a. I can't even say I'm a Meche fan because like I'm kind of not, but I do watch her quite a lot. I haven't inaugurated into her fan base. I'm not a slime just yet. What am I talking about? Right. Virtua Fighter 3 opening. Amiya is indeed cool. I appreciate that there is a VTuber that's like, you know what's fucking rad? The PC 98. And she's right, but it's like, hell yeah. Okay, so for what is the Dreamcast? I prefer an arcade hard. Okay, yeah, arcade. Yeah, let's go with this. All right, so the sound is kind of muted. Oh, whatever. Anyway, just pay attention to the vibes that I will even turn. You know what? This audio is kind of music. I'll actually turn up the audio on my OBS for the YouTube. Okay, just pay close attention to the vibes that this arcade intro wants to bring. All right, pay attention to the music, the sounds, the camera cuts. Like, pay attention, right? Hold up. 720. Let's go 4240. Let's try this again. Alright. I wanted to be silent because I wanted to just be absorbed in the intro. So, important thing to mention right away. All of this fighting takes place on a beach, right? Partially because, you know, having good water effects was like a sign of like how good technology was at the time. It was like, oh, look at this fucking water, dude. Right? That was a big thing of technology at the time, was like having really good water. But also, again, this is classic Sega Blue Skies aesthetic, right? The first level, or rather the first introduction to a lot of Sega games at the time were like clear blue skies, beaches, you know, San Francisco, right? In SA2, right? It's a fighting game, but it's like the music is like it's not quite happy, but it's like it's really fun, right? The bass and the synths are all bouncy and lively. I was thinking this for a long time that Sonic Adventure 1 has the best water physics ever. I'm going to put my cap in and say Wave Race 64. Wave Race 64, maybe Dead or Alive 2 Extreme 2, because there is an entire jet ski minigame there, and I remember the water being really good at that, but I haven't played it in a long time, so that's gonna be an asterisk. I kinda wanna play Jet Moto, like Jet Moto 2, because I remember being told the water in that was good, but I don't know for sure. Anyway, back to the intro. But yeah, the music's, it's nice, it's fun, it's lively, it's almost like, not almost like party rock, right? And like all the head effects are like straight out of a fucking cartoon. There's so many of them, they're so out of a cartoon. This right here, hold up. Virtua Fighter 3, and I feel like it's the only game that does this, if I remember correctly. Like, Virtua Fighter 3 has the whole after images. When you do, like, the circular moves, there's, like, after images of the character's leg as they kick you in the fucking face. No other game, Virtua Fighter game, does that. Like, like, even in spite of how, graphically impressive this is, there's also a very, I forget the term for it. But if you notice, like, the lighting isn't as important in this game as it was in, like, Virtua Fighter 2, where the lighting takes a back seat. And, like, all the colors are, like, so blindingly saturated. It's so nice. It's a really good vibe, right? Massive gap in VF3 and 4 in dev time. VF1 and Dash 3 were made, they could barely swap time. Yeah, they were. Because at this point, Virtua Fighter had already established itself as the top of the mountain. And now that all these other 3D fighting games were coming in, and, you know, like Tekken and stuff, that were trying to trying to eat into their lunch, Sega had to not only make a good game, they had to make a game that was so fucking good that it allowed Virtua Fighter to keep its crown as the absolute pinnacle of what 3D fighting was. Why is it? Okay, it's Virtua Fighter. Alright, now, Virtua Fighter 4 intro. Now, I want you to directly... Actually, you know what? That was the Virtua Fighter 3 intro. I'm going to bring up the Virtua Fighter 1 intro. Because it's very... Because Virtua Fighter 3's intro is also very much a refinement of what Virtua Fighter 1's intro was. Like, down to... Like, yeah, it's... Fighter 1... Intro. So here we go. As you see here, right? Beach stage, immediately, because this is Jackie's stage. The beach stage, bright blue skies, fun, jovial, but not too intense rock music. Go, right? It's a fighting game, but it's a good time, right? You missed. Is that Makimaro? I don't know. I associate the music, or rather, of this era of Virtua Fighter, I associate the music with Takenouchi Mitsuyoshi, who, you know, is also the voice of Kage Maru, and also Akira in the first game. I don't know, actually. Actually, let me check because I have the Virtua Fighter soundtrack that Sega released with World Stage. It's like, oh yeah, here's a massive archive of like all of our Virtua Fighter music. So let me check. Is this Makimoto? Let's see. Virtua Fighter OST. Let's see. Virtua Fighter 1. Beginning VF1. It says T Nakamura. Oh yeah, I forgot they did that. It says it's Nakamura that made the music for the intro music. Unless Maki Maro was something that showed up on my feed here that I don't know about. But yeah, you can see how the intro to VF1 and VF3 mirror each other. And so now I'm going to bring up the VF2 intro. And you will see that there is a bit, not too much, but a bit of a tone shift in Virtua Fighter 2. You know what? Sure. This is the PS3 port, which is really good. As you can see here, the music is way more aggressive, way more intense, and there's this higher emphasis of, look at this mocap, look at the pinnacle of fighting that you are seeing right now, right? It's a lot more intense, right? And you can see, you compare like, the colors are more saturated, obviously, because the tech is better, but also, you notice the background here isn't a beach, it's a temple. Fighting, we're doing big fighting. Jackie gets absolutely fucked up. Why they have to do my boy like that? Why'd you have to do my boy like that? Come on. Right? And also, this is 2.0, right? Which I should also mention that for Virtua Fighter 2.0, a big thing of 2.0 was its lighting. It's very obvious when you get to stages like Kagemaru that takes place during in a bamboo, and it takes place in a forest mountain temple at night, and like, hold up, Virtua Fighter 2, hold up, Kagemaru. Sure. The Kenji Murata, the fucking I almost said Kenji Murata like a fucking retard. Oh fuck, what's his name? Oh god, what's his name? The artist that did these portraits and also did the work for Virtua Fighter Plus. A Virtua Fighter Remix, I should say. Oh god, I'm blanking. Oh god, I'm blanking. I forget, but this art is so fucking good. Okay, where is? Wait, is this 2.1? Is this 2.1? Widescreen! Is this 2.1? I don't see the 0.1 there. Yeah, look at... I mean, if you ignore the aspect ratio, look at how the lighting of this thing. Look at how dark it is. Granted, the Saturn version really overemphasizes this. Hold up. Saturn. Because the Saturn's like almost like red. It's almost like it has a almost completely reddish tint to it because it's a fight that takes place during sunset. Actually, I could pull it up my own damn self. Hold on a minute. Oh, where is it? Where is it? DirectX Windows. Here we go. I've wanted to do this for a while. I'm not even gonna lie. Okay, will it work? Not quite. Not this one. Let's try this one. Yeah, there we go. The PC port of Virtua Fighter 2. Now, I remember there was a specific configuration to make it look really good. To make it look like Virtua Fighter 1, honestly. A souped up version of Virtua Fighter 1 in terms of how it's like shaded and everything. But I don't want to do all of that. I just want to... Screen mode. There you go. How do I bring up graphics? There it is. Yeah, Model 12. I think that's what it was. Shading. Kagemaru. Oh, I forgot Jeffrey Sage did that. I also forgot that I completely forgot that I modded in air quotes modded in the arranged VF2 soundtrack instead of the arcade one. This wasn't it. That wasn't it. What was it? Was it Model 12? Wasn't it? I remember. Is my memory fucking with me? No. I guess I'm just fucking stupid. I remember there was a version of VF2 where Kage's stage was like super dark and super red because the fight took place during sunset, and I guess I'm just fucking wrong. I'm letting the fight play out though. Alright. Yeah, I managed to get the PC port of VF2 working. Despite the fact that it was taken off of abandonware because of the fucking Genesis port of VF2 being added to Steam. Like, what in the goddamn hell is this? My only gripe with VF has always been accessibility. But that was when Sega was still in the console market, so I guess I can't really blame them. Bro, Virtua Fighter 1 never got a perfect home port. Virtua Fighter 2 only got a perfect home port, like, for the 360 PS3, and it was never ported to anything else. And even then, the PC port is better. Virtua Fighter 3 got a home port on Dreamcast, but it was outsourced to Genki and was not made in-house by Sega. Never got ported to anything else, by the way. Still on Dreamcast. VF4 is on PS2. The VF4 is on PS2. And VF4 Evolution is on PS2, but not Final Tuned. Final Tuned never got a home port. VF5. Okay, so if I remember correctly, VF5 version A, like vanilla VF5, never got a home port. But VF5 revision A and B and C all got home ports, but they were PS3 only and Japan only. Because it's fucking Japan. They love Virtua Fighter over there. And then no, Revision C got an international release, but only for PS3. Only for PS3. And then Revision D was also international, but it was, I think it was 360 only, because that was the one that had online play. And then Virtua Fighter 5R, and none of its revisions got a home port. None of those got a home port. Virtua Fighter 5 Final Showdown got a digital download port that was missing features from the arcade version, and also had lower quality textures and sound. And then we get to VF5 Revo, and the one before, VF5 Ultimate Showdown, aka Virtua Fighter 5 Esports in Japan, and that is basically made for the console market. And then there was Revo, which is the recent Steam one, and then it's Updates World Stage, and then we have VF6 Crossroads. So around half of the total, Virtua Fighter Kids also. Virtua Fighter Kids was on Saturn, never got anything else. Virtua Fighter Genesis got a modern PC port for some reason. I mean, I'm fine with it. I think it's cool. It's a neat thing, but like, where's the real VF2? What the fuck is this? Like, and I think it was, let me double check. It was VF2 and VF5 that got ported to Yakuza. Anyway, basically what I'm saying is that over half of the VF games never got home ports at all, and the ones that did are scattered all over the place or are trapped in Yakuza's arcade side quests. VF5 on Steam currently has kernel level anti-cheat. What the fuck, man? That's just modern video games, man. It sucks. Also, I hope I don't sound crazy for saying this, but I honestly think the characters in VF5 look better than the VF6 cells. Like, broadly, just more appealing and pleasant to look at. I agree. Although I will say the art style shift that happened in VF5 is something that I don't quite like compared to how the characters looked at VF4 and some for VF3 even. But overall speaking, I think VF5, I think Virtua Fighter 5, vanilla VF5 is the best Virtua Fighter characters have ever looked in any game ever. Oh god, what the fuck's going on with my YouTube? Oh shit, hold on. Is it shitting itself? Stream health. It says it's fine. Okay. Well, okay. Well, just for the sake of repeating myself, I'm gonna repeat myself. I think vanilla Virtua Fighter 5 is the best Virtua Fighter characters have ever looked in anything, period. With the sole exception of some characters, I think okay, let me phrase that. I think some characters look better in VF4. I think Lei Fei looks better in 4. I think Vanessa Lewis. I'm gonna be that guy and say, in terms of her face, I think she looks really good in Revo. But overall, I think she looks better in 4. I think Sarah looks better in 4. I don't like how her hair looks. I don't like how Sarah's hair looks in VF5, honestly. Anyone else I think look better in? I think Jeffrey looks better in 4. But rather, I like how barrel-chested Jeffrey is in VF4. I like that look for him more than the he looks more like a strongman kind of character in VF4, and I feel like that's a better aesthetic than what VF5 did. Even though the hair looks better. The skin and hair looks a lot better. Yeah, that's about it. I think everybody else looks way better in 5. Okay, what was I doing? Right, VF4 intro. Right, so VF2 intro. It's kind of intense. It's like, oh, look at the apex of fighting, right? And now we go to VF4 intro. And you will see the vibe shift. Oh, not evolution. I want vanilla VF. Vanessa in VS4 has a rare quality of looking muscular and strong, but also very. The thing about Vanessa in VF4 is that she is designed conceptually as like a bodybuilder kind of character, which is why she's so fucking shiny. Like, yeah, it's meant to the shininess of her in 4 is meant to not only highlight her musculature, but also meant to be like make her look a bit like a bodybuilder, which is why she's so fucking cut in that game in terms of her musculature, right? Whereas VF5 tends to make characters look a bit softer in a way that I feel like looks better for most characters, because it does a thing where like, yeah, they're muscular, but the muscles are still like the characters still have like skin and fat, which softens the harshness of the muscle lines, but it makes the character still look strong. VF4 characters kind of look like VF4 to me the characters look like action figures, but in a like not action figures. They look like the characters that you would see that would be used to hype up like mid 90s graphics cards. Like, look at this fucking 3D model. Don't you want your game to look like this? Right? That's what VF4 looks like to me. And I think that's a good look to go for. But the problem is that it's kind of dated to that very specific style of like late 90s, early 2000s. And it doesn't quite work in a modern context, but at the same time, I don't fucking care. It's a good look. Like, VF4 is a game that you could put to sell. VF4 was a game that you would put on graphics cards to sell tech because of how cutting edge that game looked. And, well, every VF game really, but like, VF4 intro. Can I get a modern one that's not compressed to shit? That's not AI upscaled? That's also vanilla VF4? It sounds like I'm asking for a lot, but I don't think I'm asking for a lot. Am I really gonna have to go for the AI upscale of VF4? Alright, fuck it. Fuck it, we're going for the AI upscale.
Shut up!
What happened to me? Come on. Yes!
Come on! Ready, go!
Bro, look at this game! Play Apex of martial arts right here. But also, it has like that kind of gritty Y2K post-Matrix, like digital apocalypse thing going for it. It's cool as hell. And again, this aura right here, this is what Tekken 4 is trying to mimic. Even though in its gameplay system it's trying to mimic Virtua Fighter 3, but it's like it's uneven slopes and walls and shit. But in terms of like presentation, it's going for this. And it's rad as fucking hell. Ooh, reverse! I miss when Vanessa had reversals, man. That's cool as hell, bro. Yeah. So that kind of like dark, super intense style is what Tekken 4 is trying to do. And like I said, I do kind of like how Tekken 4 also kind of has like this like crime drama feel for its. Oh, fuck it, I'll play it again. I played it before. I'll play it again. Tekken 4 intro is also going for that grim, gritty feel, but it's going for more like a, at least, you know, the way with Kazuya's being like, you know, I'll take everything back. It's going for like a crime thriller kind of feel, and that's a cool thing, even if it had to come with the cost of doing irreparable damage to the lore of Tekken. But who gives a fuck about fighting game lore, right? Yeah, fuck it. Yeah, sure. There you go, play scope. You get one more view. The music is really sells it though. More than anything else, the music fucking sells this opening. And like that fucking Ghost in the Shell, like that fucking digital like scene is so was a bit more subdued than what I was going for, kind of like a more modern, this is how things are now, some of that classic edginess from early 2000s. I mean, yeah, the early 2000s edge is definitely there, but that didn't come out of vacuum. The edginess started with Tekken 3. Like, even though Tekken 2 was, like, darker, with the whole, like, you know, Devil Kazi thing, it wasn't all that edgy. The edge didn't really start with Tekken 3. Because it was going for that whole, like, youthful rebellion thing going on with Jean and Paula. Dude, the fucking horns, bro! Thought I was out of the game. Now I'm holding the cards now. He's gonna take everything back. I like to imagine Kazuya has having a normal day, sipping his coffee while pulling an all-nighter in the G-Corp building when suddenly Tekken forces. Yeah, pulling an all-nighter after being fucking dead. That all... more Sabina's going for. No. Tekken 4 was definitely going for, like, crime drama. If you remember, Steve's entire character motivation in Tekken 4, and it's something that was only ever in Tekken 4. They never brought this shit back. I mean, yeah, where am I from? But no, the most important thing about Steve in Tekken 4 is that he has a price out for his fucking head, because he was supposed to take a dive but didn't. He's got a price out for his head, and he moves to America to kind of lay low. But then he comes to the realization that fighting, being in the spotlight and fighting, is all that it's the only thing that he loves to do. It's what he lives for, and if he can't do that, then fuck it. I don't care. I'm gonna join the Tekken tournament. If I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die with a trophy in my fucking hands. Right? And then the whole Nina thing happens, because Nina was the assassin that gets hired to kill him. I mean, in his intro, it says he was revived and started working directly with G Corporation for a bit after to study the devil gene, so he likely even lived there for all we know, considering he was laying low for possibly decades. I mean, what's done is done. I don't like that idea. I more so like the idea that Kazuya was revived and then just started wrecking shit. Personally, I like that idea more. Kazuya talking about genetics doesn't make any sense to me. Like, he is Devil Man. He should be doing Devil Man things. He should be wrecking shop. Like fucking Kazuya in a fucking lab coat with a with a vial mixing chemicals and shit. Like, I don't. Kazuya as a scientist makes no fucking sense. He's a front man. He likes to be where the action is, and he also likes to bring back dinosaurs, I guess, as bioweapons or fucking whatever. Like, Kazuya seems to be guys like, he's the guy that just throws money around to make shit that he wants. Kazuya just throws money around to make shit that he wants happen. I want to have an orbital satellite cannon. Go make it happen. Here's $80 trillion. Yeah, I know, the Dinos thing was Alex and Roger. I know about Alex and Roger, but they were brought back in later games. But yeah, no, animal experiments and shit, because, you know, I control the Yakuza, so what do I want to do? Animal experiments. Like, here's 20 zillion yen, go make it happen, right? That, to me, that's kind of character the Kazuya. He's an action man. And he just gives other people money to do shit that he wants. What was I talking about? Right, so yeah. Tekken 4 and Virtua Fighter 4 directly mirror each other in vibes. And it's something that I should bring up, is that while Tekken would, starting with 3 and onwards, would go darker and darker and darker into like apocalyptic territory with Tekken 6, where the literal end of the world is happening, Virtua Fighter actually kind of paired itself back. Because if you pair Virtua Fighter 4, the intro to Virtua Fighter 4 to Virtua Fighter 4 Evo to Evolution, right? The vibe changes again, and it kind of goes back to like Virtua Fighter like 2. Like, it pairs it back. I feel like what it tries to do is it tries to combine the feeling of Virtua Fighter 2 and Virtua Fighter 3 into one game. Like, it's the middle ground between those two. Or rather, even maybe like the middle ground between like VF3 and VF4 opening. It goes. Which is kind of fascinating, right? Because I think Go Hinogami is probably the darkest, most evil character that has ever been introduced into Virtua Fighter's lore. But his introduction is in a game where, like, they're trying to pare back the harsher aesthetic of VF4. Because you can even see it here, like, the lighting isn't as intense. Like, the crushed blacks aren't really there, it's brighter, right? And you can really see that these character models were not designed to be in this lighting, because, like, you could see, like take a look at, like, you know, Shun's pants or like Leon's vest here. Like, these models were not made for you to be able to. These models were not made for like bright areas, because you could see, like, oh yeah, no, the edges of Leon's vest are like pure black, and it's something that you wouldn't notice in VF4 because the contrast in that game is so fucking intense. You would probably only see like the edges of the vest because of how dark everything is and how. Right? But we're like, no, we're out here, bright sun. You could fucking see every texture of these characters, models, and clothes, and you're really not supposed to. And you can see the parts where, like, they intentionally made it blacker. Or rather, where they intentionally made parts of the character outfits, like, pure black because you weren't supposed to see them. But now you can, and it looks weird. Like here, Flex Shun-Di, like, you see the area of his sleeves where it's, like, completely pitch black, and you're not supposed to be able to see that. Right? You could see that these character models were not made for this type of area. But also, here's Go Hinogami with his, like, tribal bullshit and his super sadistic, psychopathic judo fighting style, by the way. We decided that Akira actually needs a rival, since he's the poster boy, so here's Go. I mean, to be fair, Akira's rival in Virtua Fighter 1 and 2 was like, Wolf. Like, and 3, kind of, it was Wolf. And then it's like, no, he actually needs a rival. Something that Dead or Alive 4 ripped off with Jelly Kasumi / Alpha 152. To be fair, every 3D fighting game needs to have a Doral character. And for Dead or Alive, before Dead or Alive 4, which brought in Alpha 152 as the Doral, Raido used to be the Doral of Dead or Alive. And then he immediately died, and you're like, oh, alright, new boss. A fucking Tengu. Okay, he's dead. New boss, Genra, who's like the resurrected or I don't remember if was Shiden? Not Shiden. Yeah, Genra. I don't remember if Genra is actually dead or if he was just possessed by super evil power. I don't remember the lore of Genra in Dead or Alive 3, I'm gonna be real. But that was the thing, yeah, it's like, wow, Ayane is the main character of this game, because she has to go take down Genra. And she does. She gets the mask to show it off too. And it's like, fuck, Dead or Alive 3 is the coolest Ayane has ever looked. And I hate that outfit is never brought back in any game ever after that. Fuck it, I'll bring it back again. Turning Tengu into a hop Tetris with a goofy personality was one of their best decisions ever, though. Well, Nyo Tengu is not Bonkotsubo. Bonkotsubo, Jinsuriki Bonkotsubo and Nyo Tengu are different characters. And even then, Nyo Tengu is kind of a villain. Like, she definitely has villainous ambitions. She, not to the level, obviously, of like Bonkotsubo. Her thing is like, I just want to mess around and just fuck around with the humans because it's fun. And then she becomes drinking buddies with Brad Wong, which is like just the best cutscene in Dead or Alive 6. Or just Nyo Tengu and Brad Wong hanging out, drinking sake. Dominic, thanks for the raid. I forgot that I didn't have a designated raid thing for Twitch because I never thought I would actually get Twitch raids. So I never made one. I should probably make one, huh? Dragon Lord Choconnichi, bitch, how you doing? I'll play the Brad Wong 2 version. Not Brad Burns. Oh yeah, we're never seeing Bonkotsubo ever again. And I'm fine with that. Brad Wong, not Brad Wong. Brad Burns! This Italian piece of shit, I love him. It's kind of odd, because like, while Go Hinogami feels like a Virtua Fighter 4 character, Brad Burns is like VF3. So I feel like, again, they're trying to combine the aesthetic of like VF4 and VF3 into a more, trying to make a more cohesive style for VF. And again, I don't think it works for Evolution. Like, I still think Vanilla VF4 and Vanilla VF5 are like the best Virtua Fighters ever looked, period. But I do like Brad Burns in this game. At least visually, I mean. And there's Doral. I feel like they were trying to put. I can't quite tell, because even though, you know, Brad gets his own intro because he's a new character, and you know he's not a villain, I feel like they were trying to put him as a test to see like, oh, what if we put Brad as like the new hero, and then they immediately backpedaled in VF5. And I already showed off VF5. That's not important. How did I get here? Right, Tifa. I mean, I guess I could show off Urguts for a bit. Yes, how I got here. Tone. Right, Urguts, Tifa. Sure, moveless. Sure, let's go with that. Please don't be widescreen. I'm begging this to not be widescreen. Not widescreen? Alright. Okay, turn that down. So yeah, Tifa was in Urguts, which is a game developed by Dream Factory, but was closely associated with Namco because it had an arcade version, basically. And, you know, it was basically a collab between Square. I don't remember if this is after the Enix merger. I think it's right before the Enix merger between Square and Namco, right? And it's a fighting game, obviously. Seiichi Ishii behind it, the guy behind Virtua Fighter and later Tekken 1 and 2. On topic, it's a shame we haven't seen a 3D Street Fighter game that tried to capture Bingus' art style perfectly. I disagree. I don't think that Bingus' art style would work at all in a 3D game. The way that Bingus proportions his characters and how like he does his like foreshortening and stuff, I think that only works in 2D. I would hate to see a 3D version of Bingus' art style, honestly. Anyway, Tifa here. Because, you know, this is an arcade game that had very, very close, the interlacing, has very close ties with Namco for the, you know, the arcade release of this fighting game. I'm going to assume that, or rather, I thought that it was a foregone conclusion that, you know, Tekken would get Tifa as a character, and they would basically base her moveset around this game, because, you know, when you get past the control scheme, which is not intuitive. The control scheme for this game is not intuitive, but it is a solid fighting system. There is a lot here that you could implement directly in terms of how she works as a character. You could implement almost directly into Tekken with minimal changes and have it work. And so, because of, you know, Square already had a precipice, already had a previously established relationship of working with Namco for making this 3D fighting game, it seemed pretty, I forgot what I say. I forgot the word I want to say, but like it seemed like, oh yeah, no, obviously, it's a foregone conclusion that, you know, when Tifa gets added into Tekken, they're going to base her, they're going to take the moveset that she had here in Urguys and just expand upon it. And then that didn't happen because Capcom got it. So it's like, well, fuck, what are they going to do with Tifa's moveset? Because any other fighting property that Tifa has been in that was official, I should point out, that was official, has been 3D. You know, Dissidia and Urguys and, you know, the Final Fantasy remake. All the combat games that Tifa has been in at this point have been 3D games. Obviously, she's had like unofficial 2D appearances. Can I pull this up? I should be able to pull this up. Tifa-tan X, which is a parody game, but it is, yeah, Tifa-tan X parody game. But it's basically like, hey, look, we made Kung Fu Warrior, but with Tifa, and Tifa's just doing bullshit, and it's fun. But again, it's not. It's basically a bunch of references to other moves from other games. Yep, there's a spinning lariat that Hager has. Zayenkin. Oh no, this person isn't. Okay. Oh, come on, do the fun shit. Suplex. Are you not gonna do the fun shit? Or is that Tifa-tan X2? Oh, Charlo version. Let me try Tifa-tan X2. Yeah, Tifa-tan X2. Okay, here we go. Yeah, here we go! Oh, the slash kick! Okay, hold up. So what do we got? Jab, stomach blow. It's kind of generic. Elbow, knee, back fist, slash kick. Body splash, suplex, Zayenkin, banishing flat. Remember when Zangief had banishing flat and it was the most fucked up move she fought for that he had? Yeah, banishing flat. Into raging storm. Jump kick. Again, it's just her just doing a bunch of shit, but it's fun. Slide, Yoga Flame, Gadoken, specifically Gadoken that Dan has. Was that tap? Wait a minute. Oh yeah, that's boxer's rush upper. Rush upper, like dash straight, dash upper into turnaround punch. Ah, Blanca, that was crouch fierce. Yeah, Blanca crouch fierce, yup. And then I forget what this is. No, this is this I forget what it's called, but it's the special move that Onihime and Yasha from Streets of Rage 3. Or rather Mona and Lisa from Streets of Rage 3, they brought them back. They had this thing. I forget what it was called. They had that move. Gotcha. Ko-Repadon that Andy has. Hurricane upper. Flash kick. Or the somersault kick. Head stomp. The classic Chun-Li head stomp. Oh, the double suplex. They could be ultimate. No, that's I guess it could be Marstorius double German. I was about to say Final Atomic Buster, but no, that's more like double. That's double German. Double German. Guile back fist. As you see, yeah, just Tifa doing a bunch of shit, right? And then I could bring up. I mean, I have to be worried about this one. Tifa Tan and Queen's Axe. Ooh? That's not Queen's. That's not Tifa. That's Yoko from Valis. Is he even gonna show up if I pull it up here? Probably not, right? Well, whatever. Tifa's in Queen's Axe. She plays cool. Evil Zone Remastered win. Bro, I'm telling you! Evil Zone Remastered would be so fucking good. Evil Zone is such a cool fucking game. And I'm genuinely upset it has not been remastered. I know it's not a good fighting game, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's good. It's cool as hell. And it's simple. And the concept is so easy. It's so fucking cool, bro. Okay, what am I talking about? Tifa. Right. What are they gonna do with Tifa? I don't know. It's probably gonna be good. Capcom are pretty respectful when it comes to. Capcom has been absurdly respectful when it comes to bringing in like the SNK characters. Terry more so than Mai. The thing about Mai is that they kept her overall aesthetic and her whole thing of being like a really annoying mosquito that's constantly pressuring you. But the thing about Mai is that she used to be an air character. She had like 80 billion air options that you had to keep in mind when you were fighting her, and they decided to make her more of a projectile more of a pestering projectile character. And I don't quite like that. I wanted to have the version of Mai that had like 4 different dive kicks, but whatever. They decided to go for more like a ground control fighter. But we'll see what Tifa does. She's probably going to be. I'm expecting her to be the. Honestly, I'm expecting her to be a Shoto. Like, yeah, she's probably going to be like a combo, a style, like, because Sea Viper is already like the super stylish combo character. And I feel like that's something you would want Tifa to do. But I'm trying to think, okay, Tifa is going to be bringing in the Final Fantasy crowd that are not fighting game players. So I'm assuming Tifa is going to be a basic bitch Shoto, but she's going to have like she might be able to like, you know, change specials into each other. Like, I think that she will be a Shoto, but she'll have like a devil, like a Dante in Marvel 3, like bulb cancels, where she can cancel special moves into each other for like super sick combos or whatever. That's what I'm expecting. Because you make her, because the thing about guest characters, and especially waifu guest characters in fighting games, if you make them too complex, nobody's gonna actually play her. Because she's too hard. She has to be a character that's easy to play and easy to win with. Because if she's not, people would immediately drop her. And you don't want that for your big guest character, right? So there's that. Okay. What time is it? Shit. Oh shit. I still have not talked about Virtua Fighter. I mean, about Virtua Fighter Crossroads, the new one. Virtua Fighter 6. Oh shit. Okay, so here's the thing, right? I overslept today. I woke up basically like 4 hours ago. So I can go all night. I don't want to do that though. I do want to have some sort of normal sleeping schedule for fuck's sake, even though I've kind of already fucked myself because I spent so much time yesterday watching the Virtua Fighter Crossroads trailer and the showcase over and over and over again. So, I mean, if I can compartmentalize my thoughts on this, the basic idea is that Virtua Fighter is no longer aiming to be the best 3D fighting game. It's aiming to be the #1 fighting game, period. Virtua Fighter 6 is aiming for Capcom's throat. Sega wants to overtake Street Fighter 6 as capital THE the fighting game. And it's not going to work because it's not fucking Street Fighter. But in Japan, it might actually work. If there was ever a fighting game franchise that I think could actually take over Japan's, because Street Fighter and Virtua Fighter are like top 1 and 2 in terms of like fighting games for like Japan specifically. So I think in Japan specifically, Virtua Fighter could overtake Capcom for Street Fighter 6 as the best fighting game, as the most popular, most beloved fighting game on the market. It's an uphill battle, but I think Sega could actually do it. For the rest of the world, though, no, fuck no. Virtua Fighter, for the rest of the world, Virtua Fighter is competing against Tekken. And Tekken, right now, is on fire. And even that, and even when Tekken was on fire last time with Tekken 7, and, you know, take early Tekken 8, even that was not enough to get people to jump ship to Virtua Fighter. So, I think outside of Japan, like, Virtua Fighter is going to struggle, like it always has. But having a fucking literal world tour mode as an incentive is going to bring in a lot of people. Because remember, this isn't a Sega joint. This is like the ultimate Sega joint. This is like fucking like a Dragon Studio was working on this shit. It's like okay, hold on. It won't work. Sega lost its soul. Capcom, I feel, is fighting for its life in that regard, but it's still hanging on. I'm thinking. I understand what you mean by that. I think that Capcom retained its soul actually quite a lot. Not all of it, obviously. But the fact that, you know, Capcom was willing to, let me put it this way. Capcom may have big pockets, big investments, big budgets, but they are still completely willing to just throw shit out there to see if it sticks. Like that Princess game. I don't even remember the fucking name of it. Something Hime? The battle against shareholders. I think Capcom makes so much money and so much mind share with their games that they can tell the investors to fuck off. Capcom are in an actually pretty good position right now. Like, you've seen how insanely successful Resident Evil has been since RE7. Since they brought back RE7, Devil May Cry 5 is arguably the pinnacle of stylish action games. Like, the only blunder that Capcom really put out was Dragon's Dogma 2. I think that's the only blunder that you could say Capcom put out in, like, the last, Street Fighter, like, okay, last 10 years. What are the big blunders? Street Fighter 5, but they managed to bring it to the finish line in a respectable manner. Dragon's Dogma 2, Like ever since Capcom have been making games with the RE engine, they've been putting out hit after hit after hit after hit. Like yeah, the big blemish is like Dragon's Dogma 2, Exo Primal. And even then, no one I never had anyone tell me what was wrong with Exo Primal. RE3 make? Look, but RE3 make? Sure. Yeah, so RE3 make, Dragon's Dogma 2, Exo Primal. Any other stinkers Capcom put out lately? Yeah, I can't think of any. And these are massive, expensive games, by the way. Games that would, like, make or break other companies. And they're just churning them out. So I think Capcom's in a good spot right now, honestly. Like, of all the major AAA devs and publishers that are out right now, Capcom is the one that I say that is flourishing right now. And everyone else is kind of on like eggs. I could tell Capcom really wants to make a new Darkstalkers game, but man, so many expectations will come with that. I feel like the Darkstalkers thing was largely Ono. Because I remember Ono specifically was like, if you want a new Darkstalkers, yell at Capcom. If you want a new Rival Schools, yell at Capcom. I've been trying to tell them to make a new Darkstalkers, to make a new Rival Schools for years, and they won't listen to me. Without proof, the whole Capcom test. But with Ono gone, I think the dreams of a new Darkstalkers are also gone. Because remember, that was very specifically Ono's thing. The whole Darkstalkers are not dead, that's Ono. He's gone now. Darkstalkers are dead for real this time. And you know what? I'm fine with that. I don't want a modern Darkstalkers. I'm gonna be real with you, Nightbringer. I would rather have nothing. Given the choice between a new Darkstalkers game that is going to be bad and nothing, I would rather choose nothing. I can still play VSAV. I can still play Chaos. I have Chaos. I have both versions. I have both the Japanese and the English version of Chaos Tower on my Vita right now. I can still play Darkstalkers. The mentality that led to VSAV being what it is cannot be replicated in a modern video game environment. Because I guarantee you, there was not a single person when Darkstalkers was being made, when Vampire was being made, there is not a single fucking person that was talking about, return on investment. No one gave a fuck. They were just making cool shit because they thought it was cool, and that was the end of it. Look, Choco, I'm gonna be real with you. I've had to say goodbye to so many of my favorite franchises over the years, and it's painful. It just tears at the heart. I'm tired, boss. I'm tired. I want good video games back. Listen, I'm gonna be real with you. I've had that same feeling. And my thing is like, look, pay attention to indies and look for indies that are inspired by the games that you like. Because we're in an environment where a modern big budget AAA game has to have return on investment. And the more money gets spent, the larger that return on investment must also be. Alright? We don't live in an era where a big studio will just throw some shit at the wall and see what sticks. We don't live in that environment anymore. Games are too expensive to make, and games are too expensive to make, they take too long to make. It has to be something that is guaranteed to sell. You can't just put out experimental shit, and you can't just spend money on an experimental thing anymore and expect it to work. Sometimes it works, but most of the times it fucking doesn't, and those games die in the fucking womb. I can't think of how many games that have been canceled that we just don't know about. Not even bringing up things that we might have heard about offhand at some point and then just never got mentioned again. just mind wiped out of existence. Fucking Thanos snapped out of existence. Games cost too much time, cost too much money to make. That's just the simple fact of the matter is now. So, pray for indies, and pray that indies get large enough to fill the gap that the single A market used to have. Pray that indies get big enough to replace the single A market. Because because if that doesn't happen, then when the AAA industry inevitably collapses, it might take video games with it entirely. Like, video games as a product might go down with them. So, pray for indies, keep your indies strong. Because if the indies fail, then video games as a whole are cooked. Scary thought, but yeah. That's just how it is, man. This is the world we live in now. Okay, what was I talking about? Right, Virtua Fighter. So, I'll let the rest of this play. Year 4, woo, Street Fighter. I am excited. Not for Tifa, I'm excited for the new characters. Street Fighter 6 has needed an injection of fresh blood for a long time now. And while I wish that these new characters were like, I wish that the season passes in Street Fighter 6 was structured as, new character, hype returning character. Actually, for the SNK side, you could have had like Terry and Mai be separate passes. So they could be like, okay, here's our season pass formula. We're going to bring in one new character, 2 returning characters, and guest character. You could do that for like both years 2 and 3, so that you wouldn't have a situation where, year 4 it's all new characters and guests, and it's like, right? I'm fine with it, honestly. But let me pull the image back up. I'm most interested to see what fucking what's his name? Ajul? What's his name? Arjun. I'm excited to see mostly what Arjun does, because his little snippet here gives us literally nothing to work on. He's big. He does some kind of breath thing, I guess, question mark. Like for Yasmin, I can imagine how her Karen bit would work in gameplay. So, it's more along the lines of like, am I correct or not as to how her Karen bit works? How her Karen bit is going to function? Am I right or not? But I have an idea of how she's going to work. I have no idea what the fuck Arjun's going to do. And Bosch, I'm kind of interested to see like, what are they going to do with her moveset? Well, for both Bosch and Tifa, I'm like, what the fuck are they going to do with their movesets? Because Bosch's thing, this makes me think, oh, he's going to do some northern style kung fu shit, but that's not established at all in World Tour, because his fighting style is just generic MMA shit, because he's a blank slate character that is meant to be the rival to John World Tour, who was also a blank slate character. So, what the fuck are they going to do with this guy? I'm more excited to like, what are they going to do with him? And for Tifa, it's like, okay, I have a basic understanding of how Tifa works in other fighting games. What the fuck are they going to do with her? Also, what are they going to do with her outfit? Because it's obviously the remake outfit, because it's got the sports bra and the thigh highs and shit, but it's like... And I remember it specifically mentioned, oh, it's Tifa from Final Fantasy VII Remake, and not Final Fantasy VII. So it's like... We all know the very first mod that is going to be for Tifa is Classic FF7. We all know this. My question is, what are her outfits going to be? I'm assuming that her outfit 2 is going to be the cowgirl outfit, and outfit 3 is going to be the bikini outfit from the Paradise Island or fucking whatever. Outfit 4, I don't know. Maybe outfit 4 will be Classic FF7, who fucking knows? I feel like vanilla FF7 Tifa is too much of a slam dunk to let go to waste, unless Squeenix specifically said, "Fuck you, you're not going to have that outfit in the game." I don't know. Ingrid's outfit 3 is right there, and it's actually more revealing than Tifa. See, no. Actually, it's not. It's around as revealing as Ingrid's outfit 3 is as revealing as about as revealing as FF7 Tifa. So it's not like, oh, it's too scanty, we can't have that. But yeah, I want to see what the fuck Arjun's gonna do. Like, what the fuck is his deal gonna be? What? Okay. All right. You know what? Fuck it. I have decided that this is now going to be a Yap stream. I didn't think I was going to talk about Tekken and Street Fighter this fucking long. Okay. All right. I guess oh yeah. I guess pull up the Tifa art. I forgot to pull up the Tifa art. I mean, art looks good. Looks fine. I do wish that the one thing I don't like among the normal other things that people complain about Tifa's redesign at FF7R is like, I don't like the sports bra or the skirt. I like the pleated skirt with the spats and the thigh highs, stuff like that. My thing is, I don't like that she doesn't have red gloves anymore. I like the red gloves, red shoes thing because that's very fighting game coded to me specifically. It's like, oh, it's all black, but also the only splashes of red are like her shoes, her hair tie, but not in her gloves. And she also used to have red eyes, but they're more brown now. It's like, whatever. Yeah, I would prefer if her gloves were bigger, like sparring gloves, and were red to match her shoes. That's really it for me. Everything else I can kind of take or leave. Art looks fine, I guess. But again, I want to see what the model looks like. I wonder if they could reuse. I mean, probably not. It will probably be a heavily edited version of her model in 7R. Oh, JP said, Choconnichi, but how you doing? Okay, I'm gonna play the Virtua Fighter thing. I'm going to try to take as little time as possible, and so I can get to the actual game that this entire stream is supposed to be about. Here we go. The showcase. I'll do the whole thing.
Morning, huh?
Thing serious.
Yeah, no, I'll watch the full trailer instead of this. Crossroads. So before we get into it, I just want to say that how to explain this. This new Virtua Fighter game is the promise of I'm in my mind space, in my brain palace. This Virtua Fighter game, is the promise of what Shenmue originally was going to be. For those of you that do not remember, Virtua Fighter. Shenmue. The original concept of Shenmue 1, was going to be a Virtua Fighter RPG, where it was going to expand on the story a Virtua Fighter and you play as Akira. Supposedly you play as Akira, who would take the place of Ryu Hazuki, obviously, and go through a bunch of shit. And yeah, it was going to be a Virtua Fighter RPG, basically. It was going to be used to expand on the lore and plot of Virtua Fighter, which does exist. Virtua Fighter has always been like a sci-fi. Has always had like a low sci-fi kind of setting. When you get to Judgment 6 and how they're doing like clones and robots and shit, and the whole thing with Doral, right? It's only had sci-fi elements, but it was never like at its forefront, unless you read some of the manuals and how, you know, like, oh shit, the J6 are doing espionage and they're doing like attempted assassination on Jackie Bryant by I think they cut the brake lines on his fucking race car or some shit like that. I don't remember, but like J6 is always up to some shit, right? So the Judgment 6, I should say. Judgment 6 is always up to some shit. That was pulling the strings behind everything that was happening in the setting of Virtua Fighter. To the extent that in Virtua Fighter 5, it was revealed that the Satan Shark that Jeffrey spends his whole life trying to hunt is actually a Judgment 6 robot. For some fucking reason. So there's that. And it's why people are saying like, oh, Stella, the new character that's very clearly supposed to replace Sarah as like the kickboxer girl, the white kickboxer girl. People are saying like, instead of being the daughter, what if it's like a clone of Doral that thinks it's Sarah's daughter or some shit like that? Because like really incorporating like the sci-fi shit into it, because you know that was always a part of Virtua Fighter, but it was always like hidden in the manual and not at the forefront of its aesthetic design. I guess you could argue that little bit about Virtua Fighter 4, but that's, you know, dubious. But anyway, this game, Virtua Fighter 6, with its goddamn Street Fighter 6 World Tour mode, is fulfilling the original promise of Shenmue, of being the Virtua Fighter RPG, but it has Virtua Fighter's combat in it. So this is a lot. This isn't as much as a jump as people really think it is. That being said, it is going to be hard to make me care about these new guys. Cielo is such a soft puppy of a character that I appreciate that he's a character. I appreciate that this isn't doing John World Tour and that, no, these are actual characters that you're going to be controlling throughout this story mode. And I hope that they have something. Cielo's too much of a soft puppy dog for me to actually care about him. Like, yeah, he was supposed to take a dive, he didn't, now he's got the Mafia on his ass. Cool, that's a good concept. But as a character, I don't really care. But I'll see what the rest of them like. Stella seems to be like white girl. Seems to be going for like a white girl tourist thing. Yeah, I'm white girl taking a vacation at Fight Island for some reason. The black guy whose name I don't remember is like seems to be like a soldier kind of guy, and we don't know much about the other guy, the last dude. He's probably involved with the Yakuza. He kind of has that kind of look to him. But anyway, I knew immediately when it was told to us that RGG was going to be working on the new Virtua Fighter game. I knew exactly what we were getting into. We were getting the original Virtua Fighter RPG. It's going to be Virtua Fighter, but it's going to have a bunch of crime shit, and it's going to have a 3D beat 'em up mode. And it's going to have like crime drama and all this shit. Like I knew immediately it was going to be something like this. And the question is, all right, are Sega going to be able to stick the landing when it comes to this? And I'm going to be honest, I don't know. The character dialogue gave me no hope. I had the dialogue is cringe as fuck. It's insincere, Marvel tier bullshit. And I knew that going in because that's just what modern video game writing is. So I was like, yeah, I knew this going in. The writing is going to suck. But how's everything else going to be? And I can't form in a solid opinion on it just yet because I don't have gameplay. It's not in my hands. I don't know. But if Virtua Fighter sticks the landing on this, because they said they're aiming to be the top fighting game. Period. They're aiming directly for Capcom's jugular. And again, I don't think you can outperform Street Fighter by being Street Fighter. So, what is this version of the World Tour thing going to do that is substantially different enough from not only Street Fighter 6's World Tour mode, but for Like a Dragon? It has to be something that is completely separate from both of these things and stick the landing. And I have no confidence that it's going to be able to do it. I have no confidence. Logically, I have no confidence. I want to have confidence. I want to have hope that Staker will stick the landing. But I can't muster up the courage to believe. So I'm just being apprehensive right now.
まあ一言で言うと、まあファイティングアドベンチャーっていうジャンルになるかなとは思うんですけど。
So Crossroads is like fighting game, but also action RPG.
ベストのシングルプレイ。ベストの対戦
and it's
格
gonna
闘
have a
って
time
いうのを合
skip
わ
with
せ
a bunch of
て
new
完
characters
全に融合させるもの。
that cause soul erosion.
まず最初に
But it looks
この
cool.
新しい
So,
バーチャルファイタ
we'll
ー
see.
っていうのを作ろうっていう時
Apparently,
にコンセ
I
プ
mean,
ト
you
を
heard, you'll see it a lot in this
考
video
えてい
that
く中で
realism is
まあ
one
そ
of
の
the
リアリ
words
ティ
that is
とイノ
constantly
ベーショ
being
ンってい
echoed,
うキーワードを
and it's like I
設定
don't
しま
like
して
that because Virtua Fighter was never realistic. Virtua Fighter was never realistic. I keep having to explain this. Virtua Fighter was never realistic. Virtua Fighter was 70s kung fu movie fight scene simulator. That is what it always wanted to be. This whole thing about realism, which I'm basically mad-libbing as verisimilitude, because that is what a lot of people tend to mean when they actually say realism. What they mean is verisimilitude, is the idea of being real, the idea of you can reach out and touch things that are in the environment of the game because it looks like it feels real. Not the same thing as realism though, but it's verisimilitude. So it keeps saying realism, and I think that is the wrong word to go for. But I'm not a fucking game designer, so what do I know? I am going to wait and see how it fits. I at least want to wait for the next big trailer that shows off more of what the game
それってすご
actually
く
is.
こう元々のバーチャルファイ
Like, you
タ
know,
ー
when
も
it's being
こう
played
表している
with
言葉だな
buttons
とは思っていてでそ
to
れを
form a better,
まあ
to
今の
form a more
時代に合わせた作り方で
informed opinion of it.
こう
But
再
like
構築していくっていうのが
as things are
新しい
right
バー
now
チャルファ
of
イタ
this
ーの
moment, I
になるのかな
am
と考えてます
apprehensive.
いろいろと新しくしていく必要はあると思うんですけど
Obviously, I want it to be
も
good.
やっぱりバーチャルファイターとしての
But I
コアな部分
worry
がやっぱ
about
り大事かなとは思っていて
the
で
things
直
I
感
like
性
specifically
とその
about
リアリ
Virtua
ティ
Fighter
を
not
コア
being
に
in
し
this
て
game and
新規
changing
のプレイ
the
ヤーさん
identity
に
of
も
what
間
I
口を広げなが
think
ら
Virtua
上
Fighter
級
should
者の
be,
方も
which
楽
is
しんでもらえるよう
70s
な
kung fu movie
そういったところを
simulator.
意識しながら今いろいろと試行錯誤をしている最中です。
On a more positive,
まあバーチャルファイターの、まあ、新しい
on a more
作
positive note, did I see the Virtua Fighter, the Dynasty Warriors 3 remake trailer? No, I don't really care about. No, I don't really care about Dynasty Warriors. I have a friend who absolutely loves Muso games, and even he was like, "Yeah, the new Dynasty Warriors game is good, but it's not really Muso, and I like Muso, so I don't know." I know that I know that Dynasty Warriors 3 remake exists. That's all I know, but I haven't actually seen the trailer because I'm not really all that interested in Dynasty Warriors. Did I talk about Daybreak Slam? Chilean fighting game, there's a demo. Daybreak Slam. Daybreak Slam. I have not seen this. Hold up. No, hold up. I have not seen this. Daybreak Slam. I've never seen this. I am immediately disinterested. I'm going to play it because it's a fighting game, but like, these designs are not doing anything for me. You know what this reminded me of, actually? What the hell? Oh! Oh no! The fucking Windows Media Player I had this. I had this exact skin on my Windows Media Player for my fucking Windows ME computer, dude. Did you know there's an archive of all of the old Windows Media Player skins? Yeah, the green guy one. That was the one I had. Was the green guy one. And then there was a different one that was for Noodle for the Gorillas, but it was also, you had the same thing with the headphones coming out from the side. Hold up a second. There's a website. You can... Yeah, there's Neo's, of course, it's Neo City's website. Yeah, no, all of the old archives of the Windows Media Player skins. How was it? Cerulean, I remember that one. Claw, I remember that one. I used that one a lot. Compact was my favorite for a while. I think Toothy was my... I also like Toothy. What was it called? I think it was called Headspace. Yeah, Headspace! Yeah, this one. This was my go-to skin for a long time. Was Headspace. And then there was a different one that was Gorillas, and it was Noodle instead, but it had the same concept. I was a Winamp boy growing up. So, thing is, I was a Windows Media Player guy all the way through. But I've been converted to Winamp. For like the last 2-3 years, I've been converted to Winamp. I'll be using exclusively Winamp. Well, technically, I've been using Wake Up, which is like a new, technically unofficial version of Winamp, but it's basically just fucking Winamp. Toothy, yeah, that was the one I used a lot. I'm trying to find the Gorillas one. The Noodle one. Yeah, here we go, this one. Yeah, this one. I also use this one a lot. Because it had the volume slide, because right here is the volume slider. You could just mouse wheel scroll up and down. The nostalgia's hitting me, bros. Okay. Okay, back to Daybreak Slam. Oh shit! Oh this one hurts. Ooh. Oh, I can feel myself turning to dust with this one, dude. Colorful characters clash in this beginner-friendly 2D fighter. Shut up, game. Colorful characters clash in this beginner-friendly 2D fighter. There's the buzzword again. Family-friendly themes and aesthetics with simple combat mechanics make Daybreak Slam a welcome experience for new players to the genre and allow each character to stand out in their own unique ways that veterans will appreciate. Demo for Daybreak Slam is available. You know what? I'll download the demo and see what's up. It's very... I am not sold on this. Obviously, it has... Oh, yes. Beginner-friendly 2D fighter. How many times have I seen that? How many times have I seen that exact concept get... It doesn't seem to be doing anything unique, which I'm fine with that. I've always said that I'm so sick of innovation being the key word for everything. Nothing... Or rather, innovation is not the most important thing. What the most important thing is refinement. Is it good? It doesn't have to be innovative. It has to be good. And this isn't doing anything innovative. And it's like this fucking mishmash of a bunch of shit is again something I've seen a lot of indie games try to do. And I don't know. Game might be good, but I see this and I'm like, yeah, I'm seeing this game as like, yeah, I have played this exact style of fighting game like 80 times now, and I'm bored of it. But this one might be good. Who knows? I am perfectly willing to try the demo and eat my words if possible. But this actually reminds me a lot of very Zennial coded. Is that what it's called now? Zennial? Yeah, Zennial coded, yeah. What is that fucking one? Action figure fighting game. What is it called? What is it called? Knockoff. It actually reminds me a lot of Knockoff, actually. And Knockoff is basically fighting game, but all the characters are parodies of action figures. And I think this does the exact same thing that Daybreak Slam is trying to do, but better, because it has a more cohesive theme of
nostalgia reignites
being nostalgic for action
from our
figures.
childhood,
Because
such as
if you've had an action figure, you basically did this.
Among
you had a
all
big
the
dumb
exciting
fight scene in your own head.
Question perpetually
right?
lingers.
And it's like, yeah, what if that was real?
As the strongest, brace yourself, for the answer is about to unfold.
Although with the music and the specific choices for the action figures, it is honestly a bit more boomer coded. Boomer as an old, right? But again, I think this does that, what Daybreak Slam is trying to do, but better. This game ever come out? Like, I saw this trailer and then radio silence. I honestly wish that the animation was more stiff so that it would look like stop motion to really sell like, oh no, these are action figures, right? The animation is a bit too smooth in certain areas. Okay, but like... knockoff game. I think Daybreak is going for a more late 80s / early 90s anime / Saturday morning cartoon aesthetic. See, I know that's what the game thinks it's going for, but as someone that watched like late 80s, early 90s anime and Saturday morning cartoons, and not only as a kid, but like also like go back and watch old cartoons later because I just liked watching cartoons when I was a teenager. I don't it didn't look like that. I mean, obviously there was the obvious like Sailor Moon character in there, and like that one fits, and like yeah, the robot fits, but the rest of them like characters didn't look like that back then. Like 80s cartoons are more than just garish colors. Even if I do love the garish colors of 80s cartoons, but it's more than that. Oh my god, something right out of VR Trooper. In my defense, I hadn't watched VR Troopers. Wasn't VR Troopers live action? Wait, was VR Troopers live action? Yeah, it's one of those Power Rangers things. Okay. Yeah, no, I didn't watch Toku shows when I was a kid. I knew vaguely of Power Rangers, and I watched like a couple of episodes now and then, but I was like, no, I like cartoons more than this live action shit. I don't know, maybe I could get into Toku. I think I've always thought Toku was cool, but like I just liked cartoons more. Oh wow, Reddit thread. Whatever happened to knockoff? 9 months ago. Still in development, but it failed its Kickstarter. Oh, is that what happened? Wait, what? No, oh, never mind. I saw a knockoff on Steam. This is not the same game. This is a brawler. Let me check the Twitter. Battle for Imagination. Pinned tweet from 2025. Not a good start. Last tweet, February 21st, 2025. Yeah, I think this game's fucking dead. Could be in the... Oh, I didn't see this. They had a fucking Jenny and the holograms fucking character. Oh, man. God damn it. God damn it, man. Update coming soon, November. March, February, November. Wait, March 29th this year. Is the game alive? Yes. So, okay. So we got March, damn near beginning of April. That'd be a pretty fucked up April Fool's joke, but I will have faith that this is still being worked on. Japanese Toku takes itself more seriously than the Saban retreads, admittedly. That is true, but part of the inherent comedy of Japanese Toku is that it takes itself seriously. Is that the things that are happening on screen are so fucking ridiculous, but it is being taken seriously by all the characters in the setting because it's real to them. And that's one of the things that I like about Japan's approach to absurdism and even comedy in that kind of way. Not like gag shows, but like these things are so fucking stupid, but because it's real to the characters, it's being portrayed as real, no matter how goofy it looks on screen. And I quite like that a lot. I think that's a very underrated way of doing of handling comedy. Yeah, but Toku is cool. I just don't care much for it because I don't have that specific brand of nostalgia. But I do feel like if I don't remember. There was one specific comment writer that someone was trying to tell me someone was telling me to watch. I don't remember what it was because this was long ago. But I feel like if I saw a good Toku show, I could get into it as a genre, as a subgenre of something to watch. But admittedly, I would probably get back into anime first because there's a backlog of anime that I want to watch but just haven't. I talked relatively recently about how, oh yeah, no, I just want to watch like California Crisis and Gunsmith Cats and Pat Labor. Like when I get back into anime, those are the three that I want to check out first when I get the urge to watch anime again. And then I'll just see what happens from there. Ugh. Oh god, I'm tired again. Bro, I woke up. Anime stream? I'm pretty sure if I did an anime stream, I would get cock slapped off of YouTube due to like licensing and stuff. But I don't know. Pippa did some anime streams and it worked out for her, so I don't know. Honestly, probably not. I don't talk. I mean, I don't talk at all, which is why I'm trying to do this shit. But especially when I'm watching something, I don't talk at all ever because I want to be absorbed into whatever I'm watching. Like, I guess it could be a I was about to say it could be a Discord thing, but like I don't have I have a server because you automatically get a server when you make a Discord account, but it's like my Discord server is basically a to-do list. Ain't nobody on here, and I want to keep it that way. But Let me see. Let me check something. Let me check the flavor real quick. I mean, I guess I could float the idea around for I could float the idea around to Malone for his server. Like, oh, I mean, I already know that you like Gunsmith Cats, so I guess we could do a watch along of Gunsmith Cats, and like, if you're in Malone Kara's server, you can join in, or maybe the generic. Does the flavor chord actually have a? It does have a watch along channel actually. I'll float the idea around. If you're in the flavor chord, I don't like making ideas like this because I feel bad when they don't happen. It's why I don't make plans anymore because they always fall the fuck apart. I'll come back to you on that. If I ever decide to do a Discord anime watch along, I will let you know, Nightbringer. But as of right now, the answer is no. What the hell's going on over there? Oh, Minecraft thing. Okay, that explains it. Blood pressure, didn't know there was a flavor Discord though. Yeah. It doesn't get plugged as much anymore because the joke is dead. So pretty much the only people that are still here are people that are either OGs or people that got roped in. Actually, I think Malone has done a decent job of plugging in the Discord. But there's Discord. I don't really use it all that much. But fuck it. Yeah, I'll post the link to the flavor Discord. There you go. Okay, Virtual Fighter.
ってなった時に直感的な操作とか
Sega making a Virtual Fighter has World Tour mode.
それから革新性っていうのは
The
このゲー
initial
ム
promise
でやらなきゃい
of
けない
what
ポイ
Shin
ント
was
だなと思
supposed
い
to
ました
be,
ね
which is the Virtual Fighter RPG, is actually happening and it's real. But it also has a bunch of new characters that I don't care about, so. I mean, to be fair, the job of the writing is to make me care. But from what I've seen so far, I
東南アジア
do not
あ
care
る
at all.
架空の
about
街
these
で
characters.
そこでは格闘が盛んだっていう設定、直感的な操作とか、リアリティ、それから革新性っていうのはこのゲームで絶対やらなきゃいけないポイントだなと思いましたね。
There we go. So much like Nate Shaw in Street Fighter 6, which is like basically the back half of Street Fighter 6's World Tour mode. Virtua Fighter 6 also has its entire setting take place in a fictional, backwater, fictional Southeast Asian country. I think it is a smart idea to have your fighting game take place in one central location. It's very smart to do that. And again, Virtua Fighter was never. I mean, yeah, there was obviously like the travel the world element of it, but it was never as important in Virtua Fighter as any other series because it's never really brought attention to. Unlike other games where, like, Street Fighter has you collecting plane tickets and shit. Fatal Fury 2 has the whole conquer the world thing. And it's an element in Virtua Fighter, but really only because it allows for a lot of cool vistas to fight in. Right? It's just like, oh yeah, here's a cool American City vista. Here's a cool Shaolin Temple vista. Here's a cool European Palace vista. They're just excuses for like cool areas to fight in. a cool and varied area specifically to fight in. Here's the Great Wall of China, right? But the problem for me about having a centralized area to fight in is that it has to be large and varied, and it has to be large enough to have a varied selection area. It has to be large enough to have a varied assortment of from what we've seen right now of what's it called? Villa Sapora? What's it called? What's called? Villa Sapora. The thing about Villa Sapora is that all we have seen of Villa Sapora is Slum City and like vaguely Chinatown stuff. Vague like Slum City, Chinatown restaurant, underground fighting ring. And that's what we've seen so far. But like, what are we gonna do with Wolf Hawkfield? Because Wolf Hawkfield's entire thing is that he's Canadian and he fights in a wrestling ring on a snow mountain. What are you gonna do with that? Like, you see his log cabin in the background and shit. Like, his entire thing is that you're fighting him in a snow-capped mountain metal wrestling ring. That's a cool vista. That has been pretty consistent with Wolf for around, I'd say, like, around 4 of his appearances. Like, 2, 5, 4. Well, no, not 4. The snow area for 4 was Leon, I think. But yeah, Virtua Fighter always has a snow area. How are you gonna put a snow area in like Slum City, Chinatown? What about the graceful grasslands field that Pi has in most of her games? What about that? Like, there are certain areas that like that I associate with Virtua Fighter, like the grasslands, the snow mountain, the Shaolin Temple. But you can put a Shaolin Temple in like you can put a Shaolin Temple here. That's easy. It reminds me of King Stage in Tekken 3. Suspended wrestling ring high up in the air in the friggin' Himalayas. Yeah, stuff like that. Like, really cool areas to fight in, right? And Virtua Fighter has its own share of, like, cool areas that are associated with it. The fucking, not, I don't forget what it's called. It's not a no theater, but there's, like, a Japanese shrine that is associated with Aoi. Fucking Shundi's stage in all of his games has been a river raft. It's been like a river raft. How are they gonna put that here? Like, there are like certain areas, like key areas, that are important to me when it comes to the aesthetics of Virtua Fighter, and I'm struggling to like, how are you gonna put that in this like slum city area? I mean, hell, the river raft, fucking hell, the river raft in Virtua Fighter 2 was so impressive that it was stolen for Soul Calibur. In every single Soul Calibur game has a river raft stage, because Shundi's river raft area in Virtua Fighter 2 was so mind blowing at the time. It's like, fuck, we have to do that. And in Soul Edge to Soul Calibur 6, every single game has to have a river raft stage, right? Although it could be the Andes, maybe, I don't know.
今回の舞台になってる街なんですけども、東南アジアのあるタケの街で、
or the entire game takes place in an area. It also has the effect of having all of your areas feel samey. So it's like, fuck. What are you gonna do with like the more outlandish areas, the more outlandish vistas that Virtua Fighter used to have? Are they gonna be holograms? Is that how they're gonna do it? Because in Virtua Fighter 6, when it was announced, they had like Akira and Stella fighting, and they were fighting in like what I assume was the training area, and it's just a big hologram. And it's like, fuck, is that how they're gonna handle the more outlandish areas? It's just gonna be holograms? And like, that's a cool idea, but I don't know how I feel about that, honestly.
そういうのを感じれる街っていうのをイメージして作ってる感じ。
Yeah, so here we have protagonist man going through. We have fucking boneless Bosch here, sauceless Bosch going through Nation. What the fucking strip club? Okay,
人生を背負ってこうビラサパラに流れ着いているっていう街なんですけれども。
I appreciate that it's going for like the more. I appreciate that this is going for like seedy underbelly specifically. I like that a lot. You know, very much like how Like a Dragon did.
だったりとか、まあそういったところ
But
が
again, I feel like it clashes way too much with
表
like
現できるようにっていうのは
Cielo
調べながら
as like the
やっている
soft,
感じですね。
like almost stupid like shonen protagonist kind of character.
のまあゲームプレイ自体は、
And I
まあ
don't know how
いろんな
how it's gonna handle the
まあ
balance
サイドクエスト
between
があ
that.
って、まあ皆さんが
Like yeah, Cielo's got an
アクション
edge to
アド
him.
ベン
He's
チャー
got like the
楽し
shitty
い部分
jailhouse
っていうのは入ってる
tattoos,
んですけども、
right? That makes sense. I mean, they're not literally jailhouse, but you know, they have that feeling about the shitty
まあ僕
jailhouse
はまあ
tattoos.
クロスローズスタイルのアドベンチャー、
Uh,
まあクロスローズスタイルっていう
but outside of that, he doesn't really have anything like too rough going on with him. No?
まあゲームとしても
He kind of feels out of place
新しい
in
体
its
験を
own
与えら
setting,
れるような
despite being made specifically
ア
for
ド
the
ベンチャープ
setting.
レイになるんじゃないかなと思います。
But again, you want to have like your bright-eyed, idealist protagonist. I get it, but I don't think it works for in a setting like this.
まあ今回新しく
Unless the entire
取り組んで
premise
る
is
とこ
to
ろ
break him
なんですけど
down.
も、
Well, you know, they might do that, break him down, build him up to be a better person than he was.
対戦格闘ゲーム
But with the
っていう部分と
cynicism of
アクション
how
アドベン
things
チャーって
actually
いうもの
work
が
in an
完全
area
な
like
融
this,
合
I
な
don't
んで、
fucking know.
プレイヤーが体験したことがないバトル
Like, how much are they
の
actually
フィ
gonna
ーリングだったりとか、
dig
新しいも
into
のっていうのを
the Yakuza
もちろん
crime drama
皆さんが楽し
story
めるようなものに
beats?
しようかなというふうに思ってますね。
Since we already know, like, yeah, he's
今回
fucking with the
やっぱ
mafia by
シナ
not
リオ
taking a
がある
dive.
ので
So, like,
まあまあまああるんですけど
how much does it really delve into that
やっ
seedy,
ぱり1対1が
grimy
ベースなので
underbelly,
多人数バトルにしたらどうなるかってものを想像しながら設計していくのが大事かなと思っていて、まあ、そういったところを意識してはいます。カメラワークであったり、まあ、操作であったりとか、まあ、そういったところが、まあ、やっぱりバーチャファイター、まあ、的なものにはしているので、まあ、自分としては、そういったものは結構実現できてるんではないかなと思っています。ベースにあるのはやっぱインファイトってところ。
I'm gonna be that guy and say that I don't like this. Where, you know, your player character is Ciel here, surrounded by a bunch of enemies, but they're all attacking him one-on-one. Much like how it would happen in, like, you know, a video game. And to be fair, a lot of action movies do this too. They don't really incorporate the brawl aspect of it. I don't know, this feels like it's... You know what would actually be a really good premise for a fighting game? Like a really good... Would be the Raid. Like Raid 2. I feel like that's how you can handle like martial arts cinema, but also like gritty violence. I feel like that's a good middle ground, actually. And I feel like it's trying to go a little bit into that, like martial arts, like kung fu cinema, but like modern kung fu cinema where it's like grimy and gritty and people get hurt for real. Right? I don't know. Like it's still adhering to like martial arts movie. It's still adhering to like really cool martial arts movie logic, but the era of martial arts is different. I mean, as evidenced by your main character being a fucking MMA, having MMA as his fighting style, right? And not some like yeah, the fact that your main character's fighting style is MMA and not fucking Akira's Bachichuan is causing a big shift into what VF I feel like is trying to do. I would, like, again, for me, my ideal VF, here's the thing, right? For me personally, if the ideal new character I would want in a VF game is, oh god, I lost it. Bagua. Bagua would be my ideal new Virtua Fighter character, because Bagua... Okay, let me pull it up. Bagua-chan. The Art of Circle Walking. It's basically a martial arts style that revolves around being in a circle, and like, the idea being that you can fight from literally any position. And I think having that would be a perfect fighting style for like a 3D fighting game where you have to literally walk around your opponent, and this character will be like, okay, this is the character that is meant to teach like, you know, how to get players used to like sidestepping. But like your entire mechanic is like an entire character built around sidesteps. And I think that's a really cool idea for Virtua Fighter. And to be fair, there have been like attempts at this. Xiaoyu, Ling Xiaoyu has elements of Bagua, but it's not her central mechanic. Bai Chen has elements of Bagua, but it's not her central mechanic. Katana in the 3D games had Bagua as one of her fighting styles. There's a character in Fighters. I think Bagua is one of the fighting styles in Lord of Fist / Shaolin. I don't remember. It's been a while since I played that game. I do know that in Fighters Impact though. Fighters Impact has a character that does Bagua. Like a character that's kind of going for like Shiva, like Hindu goddess, but her fighting style is like Bagua, and she doesn't walk for. She cannot walk forward or backwards. She can only walk laterally. She has a regular back dash and a regular forward dash, but like, so that's how you would move on the x-axis. But like, all of her basic movement is tied to the fucking z-axis. It's fucking cool as hell. She's kind of hard to play. I'm trying to find Bagua, but it's not like how to do Bagua. Look, no, I want to see it in action. I don't want a technique breakdown. I want to see a demonstration. Maybe I'll to Bagua-zhan. Yeah, this will work. You know what? Sure. Sure. Let's go with this thing.
What we have here is Master Zhang Hongwei.
This is probably some McDojo shit, but I don't care.
Team member and a classmate
it at least shows the idea of what I'm talking about.
Master Zhang will be performing the internal style of Bagua.
Yeah, circle walking, right? Having this as a fighting style for a game, for a 3D fighting game like Virtua Fighter is, I think would be fascinating. A character built entirely around sidestepping the opponent. And to be fair, Leon in Virtua Fighter has a whole thing of like putting the enemy in side turn state with his attacks. What I mean is like, I mean it in a more defensive style. Like walking around the opponent, like using the lateral movement of that Virtua Fighter pioneered to its utmost extreme with a style like this. This is what the ideal Virtua Fighter 6 new character would be. It's something like this. Instead, we get MMA guy. Like, more than any other fighting game, Virtua Fighter is all about not really authentic martial arts, but like making martial arts look like the coolest shit in the world. And you can tell this because to this day, Virtua Fighter is still the one that has the highest emphasis on making the martial arts have not only look cool, but also, of all the 3D fighting games on the market, Virtua Fighter is the only one that does not have bullshit fake martial arts. Every other fighting game has a plethora of dumb bullshit. We just thought this looked cool, but it's not coherent to any specific style of martial arts. Whereas, I mean, yeah, you could argue, but Virtua Fighter is like, yeah, no, it's all martial arts. Like you could hold up a second. Tekken 8 character select screen. All not animations. I want specifically the select screen. Yeah, sure. Let's go with this. So Tekken 8, for some reason, maybe because they felt like they wanted to emphasize the martial arts more, is that in the character select screen, it shows you character name, character nationality, character fighting style. And I'm gonna go down the list and show like, yeah, which of these are actually real fighting styles. It's not gonna be hard to figure out. Turn this off. Brother. Okay. So, off the rip, Armor King. Fighting style, pro wrestling, very specifically Lucha Libre, but very also specifically like heel Lucha Libre professional wrestling. Now, professional wrestling is something that I don't really like in 3D fighting games because it teleports whoever you're fighting into the kayfabe dimension. Where, you know, I'm doing a suplex, but it has to hurt because it's a video game, but a suplex would realistically hurt the person doing it more than the person getting hit by it. But whatever, video game, it's there to make pro wrestling look like the coolest shit in the world. Fine. I would much rather have like an amateur, not an amateur wrestler, Olympic wrestling rather than professional wrestling. That's also something I would really like, is a 3D fighting character whose fighting style is Olympic wrestling. Like Greco-Roman Olympic wrestling and not professional wrestling. I think that'd be cool as hell. But again, professional wrestling, that's on, I put professional wrestling on the fence. Because it is a real fighting style. Like, you can, like, wrestling is technically a real fighting style. But it's more like ground fighting, like, that goes along the lines of, like, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and shit. But as a fighting game, it always defaults to professional wrestling because it looks cool as hell, and you can make a ton of references to, like, you know, real wrestlers and stuff like that. But that one's on the line. That one's like technically it's bullshit fake fighting, but, I mean, to be fair, like 99% of like Chinese kung fu is also bullshit fake fighting. But like, I'm talking about like the idea of the martial fantasy of like my kung fu is stronger than yours. That's what I'm going for here. So you know what? Armor King gets a pass. Lucha Libre, and again, Lucha Libre is something that you don't really see a lot in fighting games. You have basically Armor King and El Blaze, and that's Lisa in DOA, which is like a mix of Lucha Libre and Capoeira, which is cool. That works, I guess. Yeah, so Armor King, professional wrestling, specifically more like Lucha Libre shit, so that's fine. Eddie Gordo, Capoeira, legitimate fighting art, gets a pass. Claudio, serious exorcist arts. What the fuck does that mean? It's his fighting style is magic bullshit, but he has a genocide cutter. And his supers are him doing like fucking Bleach Quincy shit with like the arrows and all that. It's fake bullshit martial arts. Shuni, fake bullshit. Next. Zafina, ancient assassination arts. What the fuck does that mean? It's nothing. It's very cool contortionist shit. It's very cool. It looks very cool. But it's not a fighting style. It's fake bullshit. Next character. This one's great. Paul Phoenix. Fighting style. Integrated martial arts based on judo. What the fuck does that mean? Paul Phoenix is really funny to me because he's basically like a slugger. He's like big guy, big heavy swings, but it's like, oh, it's martial arts based on judo. What fucking judo? Paul Phoenix's entire thing is that he hits hard. You know, the traditional judo art of striking. Like, what the fuck do you mean by this? His iconic move, not Phoenix Smasher. Phoenix Smasher is the unblockable. Death Fist is just big lunging punch. The traditional judo art of big lunging punch. And he has like 2.5. Paul Phoenix has had like 2.5 judo throws throughout all the games he's been in. And Paul Phoenix has been in every game. He's had like 2.5 judo throws. I don't even think he has an Ipponzoi. Like, he has an over the shoulder throw. He has like ground throws, but they're more like submission moves. Like modern MMA submission grapples. I think in Tekken 8 he does get a new judo throw, like an actual judo throw. I think it's not a Suinagi. I forget what it is. But like, yeah, no, Paul's fighting style is bullshit. He a judo character with like one judo throw and a bunch of strikes. That's not a judo fighter. Raven, ninjutsu, fake bullshit. Moving on. Victor, super spy, CQB. What the fuck is CQB? Close quarters something. Fake bullshit, but he has a knife. I think he has a karambit, actually. He has a karambit and a gun and a samurai sword. Just, he's the weapon fighter guy. And it's like, I mean, individually, sure, these are all like weapon-based martial arts. But combined, it's just a bunch of bullshit. It's not real. Next, Reina. Fighting style unknown. Reina's fighting style, in terms of its gameplay, is a mix of Mishima Karate, which is bullshit. Bullshit fake fighting. And Taido, which is an actual martial art. But they don't emphasize that as much. Like, I would have really loved if Reina's fighting style was just Taido. Just straight up Taido. Which is basically imagine karate, but with a lot of... It kind of like very basically like kick-based karate. It has like a little bit of elements of it seems to have incorporate a little bit of elements of capoeira, like using the body as a spring to do like launching kicks. Very low profile kind of stuff. Very cool looking, actually. I would have really preferred if her fighting style was just straight up Taido, but it's not. It's Taido mixed with Mishima bullshit karate, which is fake. So Reina gets half a point. As I was saying, mixed martial arts, bracket, striker, close bracket. What the fuck does that mean? Like, okay, so Asasina is kind of weird because, like, she's meant to be the new Josie Rizal, whose fighting style was, basically kickboxing, but also kind of Muay Thai, but also kind of not. I think at one point they tried to say that Josie Rizal's fighting style was based on was like Eskrima based martial arts or some shit. It's all fake. Vague kickboxing bullshit. And Azucena is the one that is the most vague of all, because it's also incorporating her dancing thing. And like, I get it. Dancing and fighting are incorporated. I mean, dancing and fighting makes sense, you know? Capoeira, you have Eddie Gordo over there doing capoeira. You have fucking Prince Nassim, boxing legend, who would unironically dance around his opponents. So dancing and fighting, I get it. But her fighting style is based more on dance more than anything else. Like, but in a way that's all fake. In the same way that Lucky Chloe's bullshit dance fighting is all fake. So she doesn't get a point for that. Shaheen, close quarters combat. What the fuck does that mean? I'm assuming that Saudi Arabia has a martial art to call its own. I don't know what it's called, but it ain't whatever the fuck Shaheen is doing. Like, Shaheen is just kick guy. And, you know, Tekken has a lot of kick guys, but like his is like, he just does kicks and flips and shit. And it looks cool, but it's not really a fighting style. It's fake bullshit. Martial law, fighting style, martial arts. What does that mean? Obviously, his fighting style is based off of Jeet Kune Do, which is an actual fighting style. Even if it's like Chinese fake movie fighting style, but it's something. Gets a point. Leroy, Wing Chun, gets a point. Leo, Bachichuan, real fighting style, gets a point. Lydia, traditional karate. I would have preferred if it was called Kyokushin. Because there's many forms of traditional karate, because karate kind of is used as a catch-all term for Japanese martial arts, because it was handed down from, you know, Chinese immigrants. Chinese immigrants and the French, by the way. What we now traditionally know as karate has more in common with fucking French savate than it has anything to do with like the old Chinese styles of martial arts. But yeah, Lydia's fighting style is Lydia's fighting style is like ultimate karate. Not Kyokushin. I'm stupid. Not Kyokushin. Jin's style is Kyokushin. Lydia's is meant to be more along the lines of Okinawan karate. More in like Okinawan karate, which is a different style, of course. So I wish it was called Okinawa karate or Okinawa style karate or something like that to really make it more apparent what she's doing. and what separates her from like Jin's style of karate, Jin's traditional Kyokushin style of karate, and the fake bullshit that the Mishimas do. But whatever. Gets a point. Okay, Miyarizo. Or Miyariza? I forget how it's actually supposed to be pronounced, but whatever. Fucking Miyari here. Moringi and other African martial arts. Again, why couldn't it have just been Moringi? Like, Tekken has been doing a thing since Tekken 6. They've been doing this thing where like they tried to combine a bunch of martial arts into one style, like of a specific region. Right? You like I said, like Joey Rizal. Like Joey Rizal is like, oh, it's like Muay Thai, but also kickboxing, but also Eskrima, but kind of not any of those at the same time. Like that just makes a bunch of bullshit that has no cohesion whatsoever. And it's like, why couldn't it have just been Moringi? And if you wanted to have another, and you could have brought in another African character that does a different African martial art. I think that'd be neat, right? And again, I don't know much about Moringi as a fighting style, so I don't know how authentic it actually is. I'll just give it a half point. Well, you know what? I'll give it a point because it specifies Moringi, and I think that's worth something. So I'll give it a point. Okay, Heihachi Mishima, fighting style, Mishima style fighting karate, which is fake bullshit. Bracket, kind of, close bracket. The thing about Heihachi specifically is that, yeah, his karate is fake bullshit, but in Soul Calibur specifically, when he did his weapon demonstration, Heihachi's weapon demonstration was straight up a kata of Goju Ryu style karate, which is, again, one of the old styles alongside Okinawa. So, alongside the Okinawa styles of karate. So, there was an idea at some point that Heihachi's fighting style had a traditional basis in Goju Ryu style. And that is not enough to save the fact that he's also just doing stupid, spinny bullshit that Kazuya does. So it doesn't get a point. It's, you know what? Half a point because of Goju Ryu. Actually, no, I take that point away because it never specifies Goju Ryu. So no, point discarded. Doesn't count. Okay, next. Jesus Christ. Panda. Fighting style bear. It's a fucking bear. It doesn't count. Alright. Asuka style. Kazuma style traditional martial arts. What the fuck does that mean? Obviously, Asuka's style is based off of Aiki Jujitsu. Like, very obviously, that's what her fighting style is supposed to be. Aiki Jujitsu, which is a combination of, obviously, of Aikido and Jujitsu. But it never actually specifies Aiki Jujitsu. So even if it has the basis, even though her form has a basis in that style, the fact that it never specifies that, half a point. Lee Chaolan, fighting style, martial arts. What the fuck does that mean? So, Lee Chaolan's fighting style is also based in Jeet Kune Do. Much like how Laws is. But Laws is a bit more fantastical in his depiction of Jeet Kune Do, where his is more kick based. So he does like a lot of like high kicks and split kicks and spin kicks and shit. And it looks cool, but it's more fake than the shit that martial law does. So it does not get a point. Okay, here's where it all started. Of like, yeah, we're using this character as a composite for a bunch of different styles of martial arts combined into one character. And it all started with Xiaoyu. So, fighting styles for Xiaoyu. Bagwazhong, which is again part of what she could do. Piguazhong, part of what she can do. Oh yeah, Bagwazhong and Piguazhong based Chinese martial arts. So she has two fighting styles, but really only one. Because while she does have Bagwazhong as part of her kit, it's a gimmick stance that she can go into. Her primary fighting style is Bagwazhong. Is Piguazhong. So if we're going for like, yeah, Piguazhong, yeah, sure. That's a point. Bagwajong is a dumb gimmick stance that she gets into that is, like, I think it's hypnotist stance or whatever the fuck. Like, it's a gimmick stance. It's not important to her overall toolkit. So that does not, so Bagwa does not get a point. She gets 1 point. Alright, second floor just. Jin, fighting style, karate. There are many styles of karate. Jin's specific style of karate is very specifically Kyokushin. Kyokushin, which is the most well-known fighting style, or rather the most well-known karate fighting style, which again, basically stole a lot of its techniques from French savate. But that's neither here nor there. It is karate, it's modern karate, basically. It should have been called Kyokushin karate. So whatever. That's. I don't know if I should give this a full point or a half point, because it is very much Kyokushin karate, but it's not specifically labeled as Kyokushin karate. So I don't know if I. Half point. Mishima style fighting karate, it's fake bullshit. Next. Nina Williams is where shit gets weird. Okay, so fighting style officially branded as assassination arts. What the fuck does that mean? It means nothing. So here's the thing. Nina's fighting style is based largely on Koppoken, which is a fake martial art that is derived from the idea of, well, really shoot wrestling. It's basically the fighting style of shoot wrestling. Lots of palm strikes and side kicks. But it's Koppoken. It's a relatively modern martial art that was basically designed around the idea of making wrestling a more legitimate fighting style with like lots of side kicks, shin kicks, thigh kicks, palm strikes, French sobat, like the turnaround kick, right? I don't know how effective it is as a martial art, but again, you can other characters have Koppoken. I think the big one, brackets, the big one is like Andy Bogard. Andy Bogart's fighting style is also based heavily on Koppoken. But again, the fact, and again, you could see this reflected in Nina's own fighting style because a lot of palm strikes, lots of kicks to sensitive areas like knees, thighs. She wears stiletto, so she also does a lot of heel kicks, and she also does a lot of like joint locks, because that's her thing. She does a lot of wrestling holds, like joint locks and shit, which is again shoot style wrestling. That's called shoot style wrestling, which again Koppoken. But again, the fact that it's not called Koppoken is the problem, because let's say I'm some guy and I like Nina's fighting style, how it looks. How the fuck am I gonna find out what it's actually built on? It just says assassination arts. That's not a real thing. But again, her fighting style is very clearly, and again Anna, are very clearly based off of Koppoken. So at the very least, that gets half of a point. But it should have been labeled as Koppoken. Hwarong, Taekwondo, real fighting style, gets a point. Fang, Tashi-chuan. Basically like northern style Shaolin Kung Fu. I appreciate that it's called Tashi-chuan and not northern style. Or actually, no, I think... Wait, not northern style. Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine, Tashi-chuan. It's fine. You can Google Tashi-chuan and go like, okay, it's this thing. Advanced Maji Ninjutsu, bullshit, fake martial art, no points. Clive, I'm not even going to talk about Clive. Anna, also base. Okay, so Anna and Nina both use Koppoken as a base. Anna delves more into like... Okay, so Anna has her stance where she goes on one leg. And it's... I feel like I can't prove it. I feel like they're going for Koppoken, obviously, but also a bit more like crane style kung fu. I can't confirm that. But when she goes to her like one leg stance, that's what I feel when I see it. But it's not called that, and it's not called Kopoken either, so no points awarded. Akuma's a fucking bear. Lily's fighting style is based off of ballet. Not a real fighting style. Although I do think ballet... never mind. Elisa's a goddamn robot. No points awarded. Lars is a fucking Toku character. His running 3 is a goddamn rider kick for fuck's sake. But it's a fake bullshit martial art. No points awarded. June, Kazuma style traditional martial arts. Again, supposed to be based off of Aiki Jujutsu. But especially Tekken 8's rendition of it is fake, even more fake bullshit with her magic light powers. No points awarded. Next character, Devil Jin. Mishima style unknown, but it's largely based in the Mishima karate. It's Kazuya shit, basically. It's Kazuya's fake bullshit. No points awarded. Jack is a goddamn robot. No points awarded. He does kind of like strong style wrestling because he's a big guy, but he mostly just like big swings. No points awarded. King pro wrestling, very like more strong style pro wrestling, which sure, I guess. Sure. Point awarded. Steve, pugilist boxing. That's fine. Point awarded. Dragunov, Sambo, real fighting style. Point awarded. Brian, kickboxing. So when Brian was introduced, he was meant to be the replacement for Bruce Irvin as like the Muay Thai guy. And over time, you know, when they brought back Bruce Irvin later as like the Muay Thai guy, and then later replaced him again with Josie Rizal, and then replaced him again with Fakumram, who became more and more of a Muay Thai style. And Brian's more like just kickboxing, which to be fair is its own style. But yeah, real style, points awarded. Fakumram, who is Muay Thai, although I think very specifically, Fakumram's style of Muay Thai is like muy Brian or something like that. Like a different style of Muay Thai that's meant to be like, this is the real shit. Not that fake pussy ass, oh, fight for sport Muay Thai shit. No, it's Muay Biran or some shit. Like, this is the real shit. This is the fighting style that we used to kill people with back in the day. Right? I think that's what they're going with Fakumram. But real fighting style, points awarded. So, going down this list, let's go there. Let's do a recap here. Armor King, real fighting style. Arguably. You know what? If we're talking about, you know what, half of the Chinese shit isn't real, so it gets a point. Lucha Libre fighting style. Armor King gets a point. Eddie Gordo, Capoeira, real fighting style, gets a point. It's 2. I forgot his goddamn name. Claudio doesn't count. Zafina doesn't count. Paul does not count. Raven doesn't count. Victor doesn't count. Reina gets half of a point because part of her fighting style is based off of Taido. So that's half a point. Azucena does not count. Shaheen does not count. Martial law. Bruce Lee fighting style. Jeet Kune Do. That counts. We're at 3.5 points. Leroy, Wing Chun, real fighting style. 4.5 points. Leo, Bachi Chuan, real fighting style. 5.5 points. Lydia, Okinawan Karate. Not officially labeled as only Okinawan Karate. So I feel like it loses a point for that because I feel like you should also strive to show your audience at least correctly label the martial arts so they could look more into it later. But Okinawan Karate is the point, and you could argue traditional karate is the way to label it, so fucking whatever. Sure, point awarded. Miarizo, whatever. Mingeri and other martial arts. I don't know how accurate it is, but I do like that it is officially labeled itself as Mingeri. But also Miari Zo has a bunch of magic bullshit attached to her. Because she summons like spirits and shit. Like she summons like a spirit pole and like various animal styles and shit. Like that part's clearly fake. So half a point. But also it does officially label Merengue. So whatever. 8 points total. Okay, of these, okay. Heihachi's fake bullshit gets no point. You know what? Heihachi gets half a point. Goju Ryu, that's half a point. Panda's a fucking bear. Asuka Kazama gets half a point because of her style is based off Aiki Jujutsu, but it doesn't officially label itself as Aiki Jujutsu. Half a point. Lee Charlon gets no points. Xiaoyu gets a point for Piguachuan. That's a point. But Bagwajon is like kind of there, but it's a gimmick stance. But I guess it's there, but it doesn't cleanly separate the two, so I don't know. You know what? I will give Xiaoyu 1.5 points. Because at least it delineates that it's different, that there are different styles. Even if her moveset itself doesn't really go into that. Jin, Kyokushin Karate. It should have actually been labeled as Kyokushin, but it is Karate, so that's a point. Kazuya's fake bullshit doesn't count. Nina's fighting style based off of Koppokin, but doesn't actually say Koppokin. Half a point. Hwarong, Taekwondo, full point. Feng Wei, Taji-chuan. Point acquired. Point. Yoshimitsu gets no points. Clive gets no points. Anna William gets no points. Because again, Anna's fighting style leans more into like Chinese Kung Fu in addition to Koppokin, but it doesn't explain that. And it also doesn't label Koppokin. No points. Guma's a fucking bear. Lily's fighting style is based off of ballet. No points. Elise is a robot. Lars is a Toku hero. Jun Kazama is doing magical girl shit. No points. Devil Jin's fighting style is based off of Mishima fighting style. No points. Jack's a robot. No points. Strong style pro wrestling. I'll allow it. Point acquired. Steve gets a point. Boxing. Dragonov gets a point for Command Ensemble. Ryan gets a point for kickboxing, and Falcon gets a point for Muay Thai. Let me go down the list again. 2, 2.5, 3.5, 4.5, 5.5, 6.5, 8, 8.5. 10, 11, 11.5, 12.5, 13. $14 and a half, 15, 16, 17. So 18. So if we're talking about Tekken and its representations of martial arts, we have 18.5 points in a roster of what is this? 6, 7, 11, 12, 13, 26. 26, 39. Also Kunimitsu, no points. So in a roster of like 40 characters, like 21 and a half of them have authentic martial arts. That's a bad spread. Now let's go for Verge. I don't even need to bring up Dead or Alive because that's mostly complete bullshit. So now let's go for Virtua Fighter 5 Revo. world stage, character select. Yeah. Okay, let's go down Virtual Fighters list. Oh, god damn it. It doesn't work like the way. Single player. It only shows the fighting styles on single player for some reason. Release, world stage mode. Arcade. Let's try arcade mode. Arcade mode. Because if there's gonna be a playthrough, it'll probably rotate through all the characters. I like Burning Soul, but I'm trying to prove a point here. You don't even... Okay, alright. I'm just gonna... Okay. Alright. We'll start here. Akira Yuki, fighting style. Okay, one odd thing about Virtua Fighter is that the fighting styles, although most of them are Chinese styles, have the Japanese translation attached to them, which adds a bit of obfuscation to what they are. But yeah, Akira's fighting style, Hakyoku-ken, it's Bashichuan. Real fighting style gets a point. Pai-chan gets Insei-ken, which is basically Crane style. Crane style Kung Fu, that's a point. Lao-chan is... Lao-chan gets 2. I know he gets Tiger style. Yeah, Lao-chan gets Tiger style Kung Fu, point. Wolf Hawkfield, Pro Wrestling, Strong Style Pro Wrestling, point. The one... I would say that okay. Okay, Jeffrey is when shit gets fucked. Jeffrey's fighting style is officially listed as Pankration, which you might recognize as the shit that Marisa from Street Fighter 6 says that she does, which is also not that accurate. Pankration is an ancient Greco-Roman style of fighting. I don't know too much about it, honestly. But I do know that Gil and Urian's fighting styles in Third Strike, you know, the guys that fight in their fucking speedos, even though their fighting styles are not officially listed as Pankration, that's actually what they're doing. Their fighting styles are actually listed as Pankration. If you follow their movements, that's what they're actually doing in terms of the fighting styles. Jeffrey McWild is just big body bruiser with wrestling moves. He is not doing anything Pankration. He's just fucking swinging. So Jeffrey does not get a point. Kagemaru Hakagure, I think it's Hakagure Ryujutsu. Kagemaru fighting style ninjutsu. Fake fighting style gets the points. Sarah's fighting style is officially labeled as martial arts, but she does a hybrid of a bunch of shit. She does kickbox. I mean, it's a variation of like a combination of like kickboxing, karate, judo, wrestling, savate, taekwondo. Like just a bunch of fighting styles mixed into one big thing. But it's officially called martial arts, but I feel like it should have been. But they couldn't call it mixed martial arts because that would give the idea of like MMA shit, and it's not MMA shit. It's different. So it's like they all have their basis in. I mean, especially when you get to play as her, like you get to see a lot of the taekwondo shit she does. But it's like I don't really know what to do here. I mean, I guess I get half a point because they're all distinct martial arts styles, but it's all coagulated into this big one blob, I guess. But like when you see her in motion, you can pick out, oh, this is from this style, this is from that style, this is from that style. So it's mocapped really well, but it's not official. It doesn't. Its labeling is wrong. I guess it gets half a point. Yeah, half a point. Jackie Jikundo, point. Shundi Drunken Fist, point. Leon praying northern style mantis kung fu, point. I think it's southern. I forget. No wait, is mantis northern or southern style? I forget. Whatever. Mantis kung fu gets a point. Aoi, Aiki Jiu-Jitsu, real style, point. Lei Fei, Shaolin Kung Fu. I know it's actually just called Shaolin Kung Fu, but I think his actually northern style. Yeah, no, I think Lei Fei is northern style Shaolin Kung Fu. Point. Vanessa Lewis, Veil Tudo. Less of a martial art, more of a philosophy, really. Of like anything goes. She tends to has in terms of how she actually plays, she tends to have like quite a bit of like sambo in her. But whatever. But it is officially recognized as a real fighting style. So sure, whatever. Veltudo gets a point. Brad Burns is when shit gets weird, because like his fighting style is officially labeled as kickboxing, but so the thing about Brad Burns is that his fighting style started off as Muay Thai because it was building off of Vanessa's own version of Muay Thai, and it became more like, so the most Muay Thai Brad Burns style ever was is like Virtua Fighter 4 Evo, into Final Tune, and Vanilla VF5. Like you could really, it was very distinctly Muay Thai, like even more than Vanessa's own Muay Thai. Honestly, it was Muay Thai as all hell. And then as the games went on later and Brad Burns' moveset changed, it became more kickboxing. But he still does like the Muay Thai, like the combination knee elbow strike thing. Like he still does a lot of Muay Thai isms. But his fighting style has been labeled to kickboxing, which is honestly its own style that is separate from Muay Thai. So it's kind of been like mislabeled. So in that, I have to give him half of a point, because Brad Burns' fighting style is still Muay Thai, but it's labeled as kickboxing for some reason. I don't know what that's about. Go Hinogami, Judo, real fighting style, gets a point. Eileen, Monkey Kung Fu, real style, point. El Blaze, Lucha Libre Wrestling, real style, point. Taka Arashi, Sumo Wrestling, real style, point. Jean Kujo, Kyokushin Karate, real style, point. Do you see what I mean here? So that's 4, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 11 and a half, 12 and a half. 16 and a half. So if we're going by real life styles, Virtua Fighter, and it has 17 and a half. Why did I say 17? Wait, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4.5, 5.5. 6, 7, 8. 10. 10 and a half. 11. 12, 13. So, alright. 16 points. In terms of real martial arts being represented, Virtua Fighter has 16 points in its roster of 18. 19 if you want to count Doral, honestly. You know what? 19. Doral. Fake bullshit. So, in its roster of 19 characters, Virtua Fighter has 16 authentically represented martial arts being shown in its game. That is the difference here. If there was any one character that I would perfectly be fine with Virtua Fighter 6 getting rid of entirely, it would be Jeffrey. I would get rid of Jeffrey and replace him with an actual legitimate Pancratian fighter. That'd be rad as hell. You know. Yeah. Of all these characters, the only one... Okay. Actually, let me look at this here. So, Lao Chan's definitely not coming back. And Shundi is definitely not coming back. But I don't like that. I like the super old... Because again, 70s Chinese Kung Fu. You need to have the old master. The old master that looks too old to be fighting, and then you fight and you're like, oh shit, this guy knows is actually for real. And I don't think any of the characters at their current age, even though it takes place after a time skip, can be old enough to be the old master archetype of character. Which is why I want Shundi to still be alive in Virtua Fighter 6. He could be 180 years old. I don't give a shit. Old, drunk, kind of comedy, kind of comedic old master character. And I don't really want a new character to take that spot. Either one of the characters here can grow into being the old master. It's probably going to be Akira, but even then, I don't think that's a good choice. Or you have to make a new one. Or you make a hotter, younger version of the old master. You're like, oh yeah, what if Shundi's subordinate is like a hot girl? Or maybe, ooh, alright, hear me out. Shundi's replacement is a middle-aged Japanese office worker, and he's got like the tie wrapped around his head. That's how you handle it. That's how you handle Drunken Style, but a younger character. It's a middle-aged, burnt-out office man. But he's got like the disheveled shirt, his tie wrapped around his head. That's how you do it. What the fuck am I talking about? Right. Virtua Fighter. I mean, I said pretty much all I said. But to reiterate on what I said, the vibe shift that Virtua Fighter is going through right now, due to the fact that it wants to dethrone Street Fighter 6 as the ultimate fighting game, I think is going to lead to some aesthetic changes that I overall will not like. And I can see it right now in like some of the character designs here, right? But again, I will withhold my judgment. Let's think about, because I find out Virtua Fighter 6 wants to be modern. It is very specifically trying to be modern. And that is something that Virtua Fighter didn't really do all that much. I mean, in terms of its, graphics, it wants to be modern. In terms of its music, sometimes it wants to be modern. But in terms of character design, Virtua Fighter traditionally always went for something that is easily understood, easily recognizable, easy to understand. Like classic Chinese Kung Fu cinema. You look at this character and you understand immediately everything what this character represents, its fighting style, all that. Whereas Virtua Fighter, this one wants to be like modern, rough and tumble, like basic itself more along the lines of post 2000, like Raid, like kind of edgy martial arts movies, not traditional like Chinese cinema, more like gritty, grungy, right? And I will withhold judgment to see like what the rest of the classic characters look like. I think Akira looks okay, and I appreciate that. Wolf looks like a modern NJPW wrestler, even though it doesn't really work for his fighting style. I kind of dig it. These new guys, though, I'm not sold. I am not sold on Cielo. Cielo, I'm not sold on. I don't like his look. I don't like his style. I don't like how he looks physically or his gameplay style at all. I kind of don't like the idea of MMA existing. I do not like the idea of MMA existing alongside traditional martial arts in this type of setting. But we'll see. Stella is just Sarah Bryant again. So whatever. Kickboxer. Although here's the thing. in the character select, it specifies that Stella's fighting style is kickboxing, which makes me think, like, what are they gonna do with like all of the other stuff that Sarah does? Like, because Sarah's entire deal is that her fighting style is a hybrid of a bunch of martial arts. The old style of what mixed martial arts was, but it still has like that classic kung fu flair to it. And if Stella is supposed to replace Sarah, and her fighting style is just kickboxing, how are they going to handle that? How are they going to handle all her flippy dippy nonsense? Because that's a part of Sarah's kit. Are they going to keep it? You don't do flips and shit like that in kickboxing, so it's like, whatever. Are they? I don't know. And you have black guy here and probably Chinese guy here. Maybe Korean. I don't know. He kind of has like a. Kind of looks like a dancer, the guy on the right. We don't know anything about these two guys. I guess black guy is kind of vaguely militaristic, so maybe he'll be doing Sambo or Veil Tudo or some shit. And this guy on the right, I don't know, Taekwondo, I guess. I just think of a K-pop guy when I see him, so I'm like, is he gonna be doing like Taekwondo? Which is, that's neat, I guess. But again, I don't know too much about the other two guys, and we barely know anything about Stella. So it's like, I'm not sold on it. I'll have to see how they look in motion. I mean, we've seen Stella in motion, and we've seen Cielo in motion. But I mean, like, I want to get a better look at Sarah and see how she delineates herself away from what, how Stella separates herself from Sarah. Did they even attempt? Is what I mean. Like, did they even attempt to separate Stella and Sarah? You know what I mean? But we'll see.
でバーチャルファイターにアキラっていう、主人公キャラクターがいたんですけども、やっぱり新しいキャラクターにその
Akira was the poster boy of the old Virtual Fighter games, but I would not say he's the main character. He kind of stopped being the main character in 3. And then I got taken over by Kage. And then later got taken over by fucking Jackie.
っていうのが設定されていて、で実際に彼が好きなものだったりとか、彼のこう生い立ちに関わるものだったりとか、育ってきた環境だったり、その人生の設定っていうのが、どこまでこう実際にゲームの中で表現するかっていうのはこう細かく僕らの中でも決めていて、それをこうタトゥーだったりとかシエロの衣装だったりとか、そういったところにこう反映している感じです。
シエロは、このゲームのアイコンとなるべく作られたキャラクターで、彼がどん底から這い上がっていく様っていうのをぜひ楽しんでいただければいいかなと思いますね。
Wait, did I zoned out for a bit.
反映している感じです。
Where is it?
シエロは
This fucking face, bro. This fucking face. I can't take this character seriously. He's like a fucking puppy, man. I'm not a fan. I don't think a character like that should be a main character for this. Like, he could be a side character for a game like this, but not the main character. Oh, the full version of the trailer. I forgot I said I'd watch this. Because they had to cut the trailer for the, summer game? I forget what it was. The fucking whatever.
Roberto Duran, son más dura que la brea. Primera ronda te noqueo como Perrera. Primera ronda te noqueo como Perrera. Este soldado está preparado para la guerra. Este soldado está preparado para la guerra. Este soldado está preparado para la guerra.
Get it? Vila Fight Fest? Virtual Fighter? You get it? I figured it out. It's toothless. Like, despite this game having the aesthetic of, like, grimy, seedy, underbelly, right? The main character here, and a lot of these designs are just kind of toothless. They don't have that grit to it, which makes sense because Virtua Fighter was never really about that. It was more about classic kung fu classic kung fu cinema. In terms of its design philosophy, but like it's trying to be modern, trying to be gritty, but it's not quite landing it, and it's landing into that like insincere post-edge Marvel kind of writing for its characters. You'll know when the dialogue hits. Reggaeton, you hate reggaeton? Well, don't worry, it's almost over. This part's really cool though, but also I feel like it's only there as fan service. Cause like, what the fuck is this guy Cielo's relation to any of these other characters? Why are they even here? It's a cool moment. It's a really cool shot, but like, this implies that Cielo knows, at least knows of these things, that these guys are legendary in this setting. But at the end of the trailer, one of the characters like, who the fuck is Pai-chan? So like, why is this mural here other than to be like, hey, don't remember guys, Virtua Fighter, remember, it's Virtua Fighter.
Oh, Divina, you should have seen him. He was a mess. I mean, he was crying,
Sorry, I'm
begging.
late. Are we talking about your ex?
Yeah, unfortunately. Sis, Cielo's here.
Hey, I've got an idea.
Okay, I'm just gonna point out the writing. This fucking face, bro. The dialogue in this trailer sucks ass. It's shitty Marvel writing. Well, okay, it's not shitty. I would actually say it's actually pretty well done in terms of, but it's still Marvel writing, and I hate it. So, which immediately takes me out of the setting. It wants to be serious, but it comes off as immature in a lot of ways. Despite the repertoire of celebrity writer, I get the feeling that this game is going to have the issue of like too many cooks in the kitchen. As you'll show later, there's like a high profile of like writers that they got for this in terms of like video games and stuff. And I get the feeling that like they were all like fighting about where to take the tone of this game. And it's either going to lead to absurd clashes in tone, or just kind of like toothless shonen writing is what I'm getting at. Like toothless, but we'll see. I have no faith in the actual writing, but the gameplay might slap.
A lot of money, man. It's gonna be really good.
Hey, Cielo. Bet you're hungry after this morning, huh?
Zia, what's with the uniform?
Madame Sue says it makes me look more respectable. Same as usual?
Kung Pao extra chili.
Cow.
It's very hashtag relatable, is what I'm getting at. It's very hashtag relatable dialogue, and I fucking despise it. It to me shows a lack of.
Your sister's really taking this whole job thing serious.
Not a lack of strength, but a lack of belief in your own character. When you try to make a character hashtag relatable, it tells me that you are so unconfident in your own character that you want them to be. I feel like you shouldn't have to. It doesn't take a lot to make a character likable, but this is, again, it's like the soft puppy approach to this to how he's written. I don't like it.
Huh, Divina?
I know. I'm
Toothless.
so proud of
I don't
her.
like it.
Isn't she a little young to be working?
We didn't grow up here. It's different for us.
I don't want her to end up like me.
Come on, you're the best pickpocket in Chinatown.
No, I'm the best pickpocket in Villa Separa.
Did I remember to ask for no barbecue pork?
What do you have against barbecue pork?
He had a pet pig and never got over it.
I'll eat your barbecue pork.
No you won't. You're on a diet.
I am not on a diet.
Hey, man, I support you. It's all you. Eat for the moment! Oh, hey, that's a bit from, what's his name? T-Bone.
Who's T-Bone?
What? What's up, subpar mother suckers? You know what I'm saying?
It's not as funny when you say it.
I have literally no idea what you're talking about.
That's because you never come out with us.
Well, I prefer to read. Books are the key to the castle of one's own self. That's Kafka.
He wrote the one about the guy who becomes a fly, right? No. That's the old horror flick. Kafka wrote about cockroaches.
Seriously? Do you Americans even go to school?
Hey, I'm not American. Vencero morir, baby.
Oh, hey, speaking of politics, I heard President Bato's already in town for Villa Fight Fest.
Bro, you heard that from me.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
Oh, wait. Yeah, I did.
Yeah, you did.
Here you go.
Gracias.
Well, speaking of that clown, anything for his re-election campaign.
Situation in Villa Sapara since his inauguration last year, when he famously said,
Come on, C. Let him get up. Do what they're paying you for.
Cielo wins again!
How do you like that? Conchulo! Fuck. Do you realize what you did? You went against the Triads!
Cielo.
Ah, shit.
Gobi!
Let's go.
Isada!
Cielo!
There you are! For sure they found you and ripped your throat out. or-
Okay. We should talk in private.
What the hell, Cielo? What is going on?
Did they follow you?
I think I lost them.
What do we do now?
Maybe we should get out of town until this all blows over. This is not gonna blow over, Cielo. You fucked with the Chinese mafia. How did they find us so fast? Davina, do you know how to hotwire a car?
What? You watch way too many freaking movies.
Hey, you guys hungry? I recommend the Kung Pao.
One more move and I'll cut her fucking head off!
Easy. I give up, okay? You win. I'm the one you want. Just let her go.
Get on your knees!
All right, just take it easy.
Please, he made a mistake. That's all it was.
Kill them all!
That's your You're...
Madam Sue? You play the part of a fighter, but you are lacking in kung fu.
I understand what they were going for here, but the moment doesn't work. I mean, the reveal is fine, but what's supposed to happen here is because this is a Japanese game. She's supposed to say "Anata ni wa kung fu katarenai wa," because that is Pai's classic win quote that she's had in almost all of her games, and because she's been voiced by in Japanese basically the entire time that she's been in video games, this quote doesn't pop off as hard as it should. It's like when Virtua Fighter 6 was first announced and it had Akira doing the Chonen Hayanda yo, right? The moment works because it's the line he's saying. But for this one, because it's basically an English translation of the line, but it's not the line. It doesn't work. They should have just straight up had her say "Anata ni wa kung fu katarenai wa" in Japanese for the moment to work. I don't care if it doesn't make logical sense. But yeah, this Pai-chan, she looks great as hell. I can already feel my computer turning into a fucking nuclear bomb trying to render all of this hair. Oh.
You are lacking in kung fu.
Unless it's pre-rendered. She's lacking in kung fu. And she says it as kung fu, by the way. She says that shit with a G.
You are lacking in kung fu.
Kung fu. Because supposedly, in Mandarin, you would actually say kung fu as kung fu. So she says it as kung fu, which is very consistent with
Who's Pai-chan?
Which is very consistent with how she says it in a Japanese script. But also, remember that one scene that had Cielo doing shadowboxing against the Virtua Fighter legends, Pai and Jackie and Wolf and Akira, which makes us think, oh, these characters are well known, they're well respected in the setting. And then immediately at the end of this trailer, this chick says, "Who the fuck is Pai-chan?" It's like, I don't understand what they're going for. Like, yeah, passage of time, I get that, sure. But also, remember, Pai-chan was an extremely successful Hollywood actor. Like, in addition to being like an apex martial artist, she was also an extremely well-known, well-respected, rich Hollywood actor. So what the fuck do you mean if there was any character who should not have that treatment, it's fucking Pai-chan. Also, notice that Pai-chan is working as a chef in a restaurant. So she's also following in Lao Chan, her father's footsteps of also being a really good chef, in addition to being a fighter. Because that was Lao Chan's whole thing, despite the fact that Lao Chan was dying of leukemia for like 20 years. In addition to being like the best martial artist, he was also the best chef. So I guess we'll see if Pai-chan also follows in the footsteps of being an evil bastard. An evil, ruthless, fucking Shaw Brothers kung fu villain. But we'll see. That'd be fun. I think Pai-chan would make for a good villain. But yeah, this Who's Pai-chan shit, like if there was any character that did not deserve this, it was Pai-chan.
Pai-chan?
What?
Anyway, this dialogue is soul erosion. I hate it. I hate when video games try to become movies, and this is no exception. Gameplay might fucking slap though, but we'll see.
まあやっぱり龍が如くスタジオが作る作品なんですけど、龍が如くとも違うものを作りたいと思っていて、でなぜ彼らが戦うのかっていうところで、まあ僕が考えるリアリティラインっていうのを設定する。
That is the incorrect keyword for this. Again, Virtua Fighter was never realistic. It was it's 70s kung fu fighter simulator.
っていうところはまあかなり時間をかけたなと思ってます。今回の設定とかを、まあこういう風なストーリーラインでこういうトーンでやりたいって言って。
Yeah, here we go. Fucking world building supervisor David fucking Hayter. I didn't even know he was a writer. X-Men what? World building super for X-Men. X-Men what? The movie? The video game? Watchmen what? The movie? Like like comics? Like what specifically are these things that David Hayter worked on? I don't care enough to look these up.
選定したんですけど、
Welcome Supervisor, lead writer Brad Kane for Ghost of Tsushima. I think Ghost of Tsushima would work out very well. Dusk Falls, Universe Wild. I don't know what either of those are, but I do know about Ghost of Tsushima. I've never heard anyone praise the story of Ghost of Tsushima, so.
してくれていて、作品の
Center director Tsuyoshi Furuta. So yeah, the Like a Dragon. Here's where it comes up. Like a Dragon and Judgment and Lost Judgment. Why is Lost Judgment being treated as its own thing separate from Judgment? It's the same thing.
挑戦には参加したいって思われる方は、まあ、すごく来ましたよ
The fucking Shinji Yamamoto that works on the fucking Persona games. Okay, and again, I feel like this is going to lead to a too many cooks in the kitchen moment. All of these people are trying to pull Virtua Fighter's narrative in a specific way, and they're all fighting with each other. And Sega only knows. I don't even think Sega knows at this point whether or not it's going to form a cohesive whole. I honestly do not think it is going to form a cohesive whole. But again, we'll see. I think this is going to lead to like scenarios with massive wild clashes in tone, which will be intentionally funny with how self-serious the game is trying to portray itself. But again, we'll see. I hate all of the NPCs in this game so far. Their personalities are like fucking sandpaper to me. And now we talk about the fighting. Now, despite the fact that this is all about fighting, it doesn't actually talk about the fighting. It's like, yeah, we wanted the fighting to look cool and realistic. It doesn't actually talk about the mechanics of the fighting, which, I mean, it looks like Virtua Fighter, which is good. Like, you can see it with your eyes and be like, no, this looks like how Virtua Fighter looks, which is good. But it never explains, like, you know, the actual thought process of how do we innovate or how do we change the core fighting system of Virtua Fighter. So it's like, okay, this part just kind of doesn't really, I mean, I play it, doesn't really say much. It doesn't say anything really. It's like, yeah, we made the animations better, and that's basically it.
今回そのナラティブとかをすごく重要視はしてるんですけども、電源入れたらすぐに1対1が遊べるような、そういったモードも用意しています。はい、
なんかバーチャルファイターって特殊で難しいゲームってなんか思われがちなのが今なんですけど、僕のやっぱり最初の印象って全然違くって、難しいコマンドとかはなくて、パンチとキックとガードっていう3つのボタンだけで遊べるシンプルな操作で楽しめるゲームだったんですよね。直感的な操作だけでも遊べるっていう部分は大事にしたいと思ってるので、まあそこを守りながら新しく今回ブラッシュアップもするし、一から見直してるっていう感じになるかなと思います。
やっぱりそのリアリティを追求したらどうなるかっていうところを最初に考えました。例えば今までのガードってもう本当にこういうガッっていうガードが格闘技の達人が本当にこんなガードするのかみたいな、パンチの質によってこういう風にできると思うし、まずそういう表現をしたいっていうところから入ってどういうゲーム性になるかみたいなことをちょっと考えてました。
技が多かったりするのにも複雑さ、その奥深さっていうものも合わせ持たなきゃいけない。でさっきの簡単な操作で遊べるっていうところでもう一度見直すっていう話と、相反するように聞こえるかもしれないんですけど、それは両立させなきゃいけないし、両立できるものだというふうに思ってます。
やっぱりどういうものが必要でどういうものが必要じゃないかみたいなのを考えながら間口を広げるようなシステムにはしたいと思っています。ただですね、その反面やっぱり奥深さというかやり込み要素っていうのはやっぱ絶対必要で、強くなるためには主に3つの柱があると自分は思っていて、1つはテクニックですね。やっぱりそのコマンドの正確さであったりとか、それこそプレイヤー自身の反応速度で、もう1つは知識ですね。コンボの知識とかがやっぱり豊富だとダメージ効率を上げることができるので、それで相手より優位に立つことができる。でもう1つはやっぱ読みっていうところがあって、で この技を出した後にはこの人こうするなみたいなのをすごく見抜くプレイヤーさんとかいたりとかして、その3つのバランスがなんかバーチャファイターってすごく優れてるなと思ってるんですね、自分は。そういった良さも、今回のクロスロードでは生かしたいというふうに思っています。
僕たちは新しい体験をプレイヤーの皆さんに与えなきゃいけないっていうことで、なんかお決まりのものではなくて新しいアイディアとか新しいトライとかに取り組んでるんですけど、本当に大変で、ようやくなんかこう皆さんにお見せできるような形になってきたかなっていうのが今の感じです。開発で順調だってことってなくて、新しいものを作るのってすごい大変なんですけど、ものすごくチームメンバーはいいものを皆さんに届けるんだっていう形でモチベーション高く取り組んでいると思いますね。
私にとっても本当にバーチャファイターっていうのはレジェンドタイトルですし、私も含め、デザイン全員開発スタッフ、一同、持てる知識と経験を、全てつぎ込んだ、作品にしていこうと思っています。
やっぱり新規のプレイヤーさんにも今までのバーチャファイターのプレイヤーさんにも楽しめるような、本当これが新しいバーチャファイターだって感じてもらえるような、そういったものを作っていきたいと思っています。
バーチャファイタークロスロードは、リメイクでも、ノスタルジーでもない完全に生まれ変わった新しいバーチャファイターです。シリーズを遊んだことがない人ももちろんですけども、シングルプレイだけしか遊ばないっていう人でも必ず新しい体験ができるようにゲームを作っている。ようやくゲームの全貌を皆さんにお見せすることができたかなと思いますので、期待してもらえればなと思います。
Okay. You know what? Yep. So what we're witnessing right now is Virtua Fighter taking its first big step into globalization rather than being a extremely lauded but Japanese take on Chinese movies. Virtua Fighter has finally gone global, and it has to have a modern audience, and I hope that the game is good enough for me to dismiss all of these aesthetic changes that I do not like. That's the end of that. I'm fucking tired, bros. I didn't think I'd be talking about this shit for 5 hours. Now I feel bad. Okay, wait, if I fall asleep now, I could wake up early and maybe do the I could do the Shining Force 2 stream tomorrow. If I wake up early enough, I could do Shining Force 2 tomorrow morning, and then I end the stream, take a break, and then I come back and I do the Bibu thing for Idol Showdown. I'm gonna have to. Okay, hold on. I can try that. I'm going to change the time because I initially I had this thing set where it's like 12. I'm gonna not do that actually. I'm gonna change it. Change it to 3. Okay, so Idol Showdown will be 3 p.m. tomorrow, and I'm going to take my ass to bed, and hopefully get up early enough, and I could do Shining Force 2 tomorrow morning instead. I'm about to fucking pass out, dude, I swear. Well, anyway, who's streaming? Probably Seki. Seki's always streaming something at this time. What do we got? Oh, Trout! Trout streaming. Listener streaming. Listen Elf streaming. Sunset VT's playing fucking Skullgirls. Hey, I was right. Seki is streaming, playing Killing Floor 2 with Moonshine. Oh shit. Yeah, okay, I'll send y'all off to a couple of places. And for starters, here's Seki streams doing a Trob is doing a fighting game thing? I see Road Warrior. I see his it says Road Warrior 1666 on this thing. Although to be fair, Trob does switch games a lot when he streams. I'll check up on Trob after this. There's Seki's stream, his Killing Floor 2 collab with Moonshine, and who else is here? Aristides? I don't know. Okay, and here's Traub. Alright. And there's Traub's stream. Apparently he's making a character in Street Fighter 6. I want to do the world tour in Street Fighter 6 like on stream. Like I've already beaten it off stream, but I'm like I want to do it on stream. Because I remember doing it doing the Terry and Mai content on stream, and that was pretty fun. I wonder if I could do the whole thing on stream. Because there's a lot of... Maybe it's just due to how I played it, but I remember there being a lot of like long stretches of nothing. But we'll see. Can I get a third? Oh, here's a third. Here's a third. I tend to make threes. Good things comes in threes. Here's Sunset VT playing fucking Skullgirls. Although, I will be fair, of these three, Sunset is the one I've watched. And the one I tend to lurk in her stream specifically, so do not embarrass me if you go there. There's Sunset. Okay. And one thing. And alright, what song could I send out with? Actually, you know what? I know what to send it out with. I'm gonna send out with because the ending background music I was playing during that Virtua Fighter thing reminded me so much of a song in Street Fighter 5 actually. It's a bustling street. No, that wasn't. No, it was this bustling side street. Yeah. Yeah, it was this one.